first hand for everybody is a showdown, and then whoever wins the showdown from each table goes and plays like
Welcome to
an actual
our
tournament.
it's a new
So you got
vibe,
like
new
gotta be
style
lucky.
set.
9 or 10
It's
tables.
a
You get a
one-time
seat
thing right
and
now.
then
I
final
think.
Right.
Well, I should say I think, Vic. I won't be shocked.
But it's like 1,000 people
Revisit
register,
this.
that
We've
right
had
off
a
the bat,
lot
you're right
of
down to
people talk
100,
about how they
everybody's
like
in the money, and
tournament
then they play it out.
And like, we can't have quarter million guarantees every single week. That's a little hard. But at the same time, welcome. It's our $1,100 sit and go. You can see here 40K starting stacks. All these players are in for $1,100.
So everyone's in
Tarantula Nick, Mike, Professor Brian Patton, MGM Bob, Miles, Colonel, Wizard, Soul Crusher. Wonder who that is. And Carmen.
What's that?
So, Vic, what do you think? New style on a nice fine Saturday for poker?
We have to continue to try new things so that we grow. So here we are trying something new. This is going to be a little different, but in a way, it's just like doing a final table. And just a heads up to folks that this was taped 2 weeks ago tomorrow, the Sunday, anyway. It was taped, and we don't know any of the results or any of the big hands or anything. So Dom and I are fresh to this, just like we're commentating for just a fresh final table or a fresh cash game, anything like that.
Yeah, no, there's been like sworn to secrecy. We basically have like 4 people who know the results of the players. It's like the 2 dealers and the owners. That's
Yeah.
it. So this is pretty much live, like we said, to the general public. There's a $1,100 buy-in. First place, $7,500. Second place, $2,500. So there's significant money on the line here. Everybody's starting with a $40,000 starting stack. We'll know here in a minute kind of what these blinds are. What's going on, by the way? I thought the Wizard was going to rock the Nemesis. I said it. I know he heard me. I know he heard me. He was the producer on the show. He designed the hoodie. I've still never seen him wear. Unbelievable. Anyway, good luck to the Wizard, as you see in seat 8. He's the brains behind this operation on this channel, guys. The one who put it together. Kind of like the Vince McMahon, as you could say.
Yeah.
Minus the baggage. I used to say that proudly, but now I guess you got to tread lightly when you bring up Vince. But yeah, he is the owner and the one who had the vision of this live stream. We've seen him a couple times on here. There's, by the way, the General Pat. Look at all these celebs. MGM, the Professor, who's done commentating. Mr. Flynn. Yeah, this is a nice star-studded lineup, Vic.
And there's the Soul Crusher. Oh, there we go. The Soul Crusher. Garrett.
Garrett goes by Soul Crusher now.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know that, and so it'll be interesting to talk to him and find out the background of that. Blind starting out 100, 200, and this is the very first hand. You're not going to hear much player audio, so we are on here doing the best that we can. And look at this, 3 spades, and Soul Crusher's got a great spade draw here. Oh, and another spade.
There it is. Flush for Soul Crusher. Very first hand. The second nuts. Always a good, tone setter of this tournament.
And I don't know. I never had a professor that had the hoodie and the shades on and all that stuff. Usually the professors I had, they wanted to be able to make eye contact with you to keep you in line. But Adam's looking good here.
It's funny. I don't know anything that's going to happen in here. The professor's working. He's on here. I was actually going to say my predictions to winning this tournament. And I'm not just saying this because he's next to me. It's either going to be Garrett, Soul Crusher, or I do think between Tarantula Nick or the Professor. But Professor, I'm going to say, is either going to be in the bottom 3 or top 3 with his playing style.
And
he's either going to be he's aggressive.
Yeah.
So.
And I don't know either, and I'm not saying this just because he's standing here right now, and that is that when this gets down to, say, 3 or 4-handed and the professor is still in it, I would pick him for the most experience playing short-handed final tables of this group. I'm just saying that.
Well, and Tarantula Nick, too, has a lot of experience also. So
we'll see.
Well, like I said, I'm calling the professor's either going to be bottom 3 or top 3. He will not finish between 7th and 4th place. I'll just say that. He's doing a good job keeping a poker face right now. He's not giving away any information. I appreciate that.
It's not uncommon at
But
all.
yeah, also like I said, Garrett, who I've seen make some deep runs in the tournaments, and also Tarantula Nick, who we've seen on here win one of our winners. Yeah. So those are some guys with a few pedigrees. Obviously, Mr. Flynn. I mean, all these players are capable of winning. The Wizard's a very good poker player. We've seen Flynn have deep runs in our biggest tournaments. This is interesting. Those are just my
Or you
predictions.
get your money back.
I'm going to call it MGM Bob's going to get his money in good, and like General Patton's going to come in from behind and knock him out. That's just my prediction. I think MGM Bob's going to get his money in good, and someone's going to suck out on him.
Yeah, refund it.
And I love MGM.
If there's no bonus,
Nothing but love for
hours.
MGM.
Like he said.
All right, looks like we have a bet here.
I handed MGM.
500. So we choose between General Patton and Tarantula Nick. A queen of diamonds on the turn, Vic. That gives an open-ended straight draw for General Patton with his flush draw and his flush draw. Still top pair. And top pair is going to hold up here. Let's see if Brian wants to take a stab at this.
I'm gonna check the turn.
Yeah, never a huge fan when you have a misdraw in the bottom pairs, because a lot of times if a player had kicker issues, those get solved like in this situation. Yeah. Obviously we didn't see that here, Vic, but let's just play pretend. Yeah, Nick did make the call here, and that's the other thing is that you're really kind of early on with these blinds at 1 and 2. And there's really no bet that Brian could have made here if he doesn't have the winning, top hand to get Nick off of that. It's so early on. Yeah, and
So
like I
a
said,
nice pot there for Nick.
if he had a weak king, maybe like a king 9, something that he wasn't too faithful on, that 4, all of a sudden the queen comes into play.
Yeah. Hey, Colonel, I'm glad you're on here with us tonight. On the chat, I was hoping to give you a call and just find out how your wife is doing. If you're okay with sharing that, I hope everything went well. You had to take off here a little early on Thursday night.
Now going to the Wizard with 10-7. Colonel's going to bump it up to 800 with Queen 10 suited in clubs. Carmen. Ace 9 offsuit. Taking a look. Tarantula Nick says no over the mic. With the suited King Deuce. And the cutoff, staying disciplined. Speaking of playing discipline, General Patton's going to come along with the 7-5 offsuit.
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
So 3 players.
I got the 1,000 in my pocket. Whoever hits the high hand.
And we have a King, Jack, Jack board, the nemesis on the flop. Look at that. Open-ended straight draw for Colonel Vic. Ace high for Carmen. He's still
If they get knocked out, they
technically
got
the best made
We
hand.
lock the door, that's all.
Colonel putting a bet out here, and I think this pretty much is going to go through.
If you only hit
Not a
God,
whole lot there.
no lock, you can do like
Semi-bluff Vic. Use the initial better. You made the initial raise. Little seed bite takes it down. Nice job, Colonel.
Before we got started, I asked for a roll call. We got Brian, we got Wayne, Mike Flynn, Thunder Buns, Jackie Flynn, Michelle Flynn, we got Colonel, and Eliza Dobson says, "Go Big Papa."
Yeah, between the hour, it's 6:40 right now. We're gonna wait till some. Vic, what do you think? Between 7, maybe between 8 and 8:30, we're going to take donations for one of those bowling shirts that we got signed. By the way,
Yeah, those of you that weren't watching on Thursday night, we had the Bob edition of the Thursday night No Net Thursday, and everybody's handle had something to do with MGM Bob, and then we had 3 matching poker-themed bowling shirts, and we raffled off one of those shirts that night. That was Buddha's shirt. We have 2 more that we're going to auction off. One of those tonight and auction off one of those on Tuesday night, and I'll get to those parameters here in just a minute. In the meantime, heads-up action.
oh wow, and we got an action flop, Vic.
Yeah.
7, 8, 5, King 8, and Ace 8, both hitting top pair. MGM Bob coming out swinging. The
the Soul Crusher, disguising the strength of his hand with just a smooth call. But on the turn, top 2 pair for MGM Bob. He's thinking, you know what? Everyone wants to put my name.
3,000.
I'll tell you my name. Got to earn your name tag.
Yeah, my name is 3000.
Yeah.
See if you want to call it.
You ain't got me beat.
And no.
There.
And he's going to show.
You think so?
He's going to have some words of wisdom.
No, my kicker, my king.
I'm sure those
I
were
think it is.
words of encouragement,
Yeah.
saying you played that well. You're a great player. I'm happy to be at the table with you.
Colonel, can you please give your wife all the best wishes from Dom and I and everybody here at the Reserve? Looks like it could be kind of a rough healing process, but we will be thinking of her and you during this time.
You usually gamble when you come down here. You know?
And back to the action now.
Yeah, Colonel, hope everything goes well. Tarantula Nick waking up with a monster here. Ace King offsuit. Shades are on. He's got a fresh fade. He's dressed for success. Even look at the Tarantula logo.
The Tarantula logo, no less. I love it.
And a fist bump from MGM.
Yeah.
Everything's going Tarantula's way early on.
Lines at 1 and 2. He does a 3x here, raised to 600. And Professor
Probably trolling.
and MGM mixing it up here. Back over to the Colonel. He makes a quick call here with the 7-6, and we're going to go heads up.
It's the type of hand you want if you're putting your player on a big hand when the blinds are low. I don't mind that call at all. We have a 5, 10, 9 board gut shot for Colonel. That's it.
I swear that's what he said.
And for 500, you really priced him in right there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a welcome mat right there.
Yeah, 2.9 in the pot before Colonel acts. Just has to call 500. Let's see if you got the money back. Yeah,
So we got that as an hour.
out to the turn. Pairs of 7.
He's now in a commanding lead here.
No.
Really just ace or a king for Nick, but he's going to check it over to Nick, and Nick checks it. Free card. And now 2 pair for the Colonel.
Yeah, you got to go with Value Town here.
Yep. But I don't think he's going to get Nick to make this call.
Oh.
He showed ace king.
Yeah, I think if he would have made that bet a little bit bigger on the flop, he could have taken that down representing an overpair, maybe ace 10, king 10. That's the dynamic of tournament play. So much knowing what's in the pot, betting accordingly, a little bit more than cash.
Yeah.
Because in cash, Vic, we see it, we talk about it, where the first sometimes hour, hour and a half, players are trying to form an identity for the night, and the blinds never change, obviously, unless there's, we did see a straddle go all the way to the button last time.
We did.
But in tournament play, really want to make sure you're betting accordingly to what's in the middle of the pot.
And
But
Mike
it's
Flynn
early.
has, he's got like a half a dozen people cheering him on here tonight.
Go. Like seeing the support from Mr. Flynn. Either when Mike is on here or
There's a good
Jackie?
good position raise, tournament style position raise here from MGM Bob, taking it up to 700 after getting a couple of limpers. The Wizard's going to come along with 3-5.
he's doing that for Terry Cool.
So Soul Crusher comes in, and here comes a flop, 3-handed.
Well, and he flops 2 pair. We got a
He
3-7-5
flops 2
board. Unfortunately for the Wizard right now, no one's shopping in his lane. Everyone's staying in their own lane. But I don't blame him for coming out, getting out for that size of a bet right now, because there's a straight and a flush draw out there. You don't want to have him come in cheap.
Well, and when you've got Derek to your left, you've got someone that's going to play typically a wide range, particularly early on in this with the blinds at 1, 2, and 1. DFG is starting the bidding on the bowling shirt with a Snickers wrapper and a used baseball ticket stub.
So that's what he thinks is what our veterans are worth, because it's all going to the veterans. Thank you, DFG, for that.
No, that's what he thinks the shirt is worth. But
Unbelievable.
yeah, no.
It's going to the veterans prize pool. Let me reiterate that.
before anyone wants to
And we,
pony off what DFG just offered.
yeah, we officially won't start that yet, but
No.
I appreciate the trolling.
Oh, I understand. I'm
Yeah.
going to troll back. Enough's enough.
Raise 600.
Where's DFG on this, by the way? I want to see him on here.
I know.
He always says he gets off work at 10 o'clock. You think he's got some overtime saved up?
And he could play in one of these.
Absolutely. A 10-person sit and go is right up DFG's alley.
Raise 1,500. So
MGM Bob now ace 10 of diamonds, and he's going to make the bet 1,500. The Colonel coming along with pocket eights. Tarantula Nick pocket sevens.
Oh.
And this has got to just price Mike in with the 10-9, and it does. So we're going to go four-handed to the flop.
These always have potential for big hands because everyone's, right next to each other. Full house for the Colonel. My favorite hand in poker gets there on the flop. Full house, 8-3-3. The boat.
Continuation bet here from MGM Bob. He's going to make it $5,000.
Wow. Getting after it.
Big game, man. Yeah, big game.
I call.
Colonel now.
Long.
Control neck lets it go. Discipline fold.
heads up.
So now heads up.
GM Bob versus the Colonel.
Oh,
Ace hits,
what
and
a
that
great
is-
card there for Colonel.
Yeah. Terrible card for MGM Bob. And he's animated. You saw the emotion right there with the arms. Did not like that. And, I'm not sure. Maybe he's trying to disguise his hand.
Oh, my goodness.
Shows the ace, trying to get a reaction. His heads up.
I hate it.
Nice hand.
And he shows.
Yeah,
I knew you'd
What do you
have
think about that
freaking hands.
shove?
I didn't want you drawing it.
Well,
honest opinion, I'm like,
I'd like to hear if Colonel's watching it.
I just-
post answer. Colonel, do you have any? Do you have any regrets, or do you feel that was the right move to go with the full house and push all in? Were you trying to entice? Did you think you could get Bob to come in there?
I think that was a safe way to go to Value Town right there.
Like bad luck for
He hit his ace. I think if he
Why
made
start dropping like flies? Have some money around.
got a call there, build up a stack.
Remind me if I
Almost
get
price
knocked
him in
down
where
the
you
road.
really make
Believe
him
me, there's
have a decision.
9
Who knows if
poachers here, ain't gonna let you
if a
get
10
off out of
comes
your
on the
chair
turn.
for 1,000, all right?
Obviously,
it could still
dodging
be high
these,
hand,
but
but-
still.
Have to do it.
If you're just joining us, like Anthony Halt, this is the $1,100 sit and go that was filmed a couple of weeks ago. We've been sequestered. The film has been in a box, so nobody could see it.
That's why we didn't.
And we're going to go here until we get to the end. I believe it's first place 7,500, second place 2,500.
Yeah, by the way, is the Wizard in here? I mean, does he have a cold beer on the couch relaxing? He gets a day off. I hope he's having a good day off.
I believe the Wizard is up playing in a tournament.
No.
Well, you better have him put it on the wall at least. Everybody's playing. Live at the Reserve. Smash that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button. You guys can see we are right around 50 subscribers away of hitting 4K. We have a pot brewing right now with a 3-bet.
Oh.
Ace King versus Jack 10
Wow.
and a full house for the Professor.
I got one more idea for
And would a
side
queen
pot.
be a dangerous card for Soul Crusher?
Checks around.
6.6K in the middle.
First one,
Professor
I'll
just
just
praying.
I don't want to see
You got a head start on that, man.
I'm just saying, I got it's just an idea of 100 fans.
That's a good idea.
That's what I would have liked to see. Colonel did just a moment ago. Easily 2,000.
I want to know who he's partners with because he's
Build
trying
up
to
the
get
pot
5 all
for the
in
river to
and
make your
nobody
move.
gets
No,
there.
no, just try to create a little action.
And he might actually get, if he makes a similar bet, say 2,000 or 4,000, he might get a call here from Soul Crusher, because Soul Crusher could think with 2 pair and the ace that he's good.
I would like to make this around 6.5. Try to make it look like a bluff. Maybe you're on a straight draw with king queen. Hey, look at that, 8,000. And now it's looking a little fishy. Like, did he have king queen betting an open-ended straight draw or a flush draw and he didn't get there? Is my 2-pair good with ace high? Too small looks a little too obvious, especially against a player like Garrett, aka Soul Crusher. But yeah, disciplined fold.
Yeah.
It basically looks like the professor
The
says.
professor's going to show.
That didn't last very long. Jack full of 10.
Monster flop there. Nice pot.
Oh, that didn't last long.
Another high hand.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it, you know,
You got the
it's a little
whole
prediction time because we've seen these guys throw pressure in
So what
tournament.
was it, Jack sold at 10s or 10s sold at Jack?
And it's still early.
I think it's gonna win.
You know, as a player that I don't think necessarily has to get a lot of chips but could win this is Miles, though, with his playing style.
Yeah.
I think the bigger the blinds get, the more dangerous he'll get. If he just kind of hovers in the middle, so there's like 5 players left, 6 players left, that's when he... I think if we're going to see a run from Miles, that's when it's going to happen. Doesn't play as many hands early on, and I think he's really good pre-flop in tournaments, getting value before you even have to see a card.
Oh, really?
Flop the straight flush, and then he
Definitely one of his
tripped on the
strengths.
bottom board, and then tripped.
Oh,
So he had basically the nuts.
and we have Daryl New. Is that Buddha's father or
Yes, it
Buddha?
is.
The flop was 4.
Buddha's father in the house. $20 donation. We're going to write that down so he is in the running for some swag later on. Thank you so much for the veterans donation. Again, if you are donating during this episode, 100% goes to the veterans, and every $5 amount in your donation, you will get a ticket, which we're going to go old school. We're going to get the bucket. We're going to make our own makeshift tickets, crumble them up, and we'll draw it for you guys.
That's the first time them chips have moved.
That's right.
And someone's going to get one of those bowling shirts.
Oh, it's Buddha.
It is. Oh, Buddha wants to win a bowling shirt. Beautiful. I love it. Imagine if you can get the...
And you just go back to this hand real quick because you just mentioned Miles, and within that mention, boom, all of a sudden he's got aces.
You know,
And so this is the type of thing that Miles will do, I think, in the early parts of this game. He will look for opportunities. He's not looking at this point for big pots.
Yes.
It's too early, but he definitely doesn't want to fall behind from the rest of the field in terms of pot size. So he's going to continue to try to chip away from time to time without making any big stands. That's my prediction for Miles' play in this scenario.
No, it don't matter.
You look at the style of plays here, and if we're gonna compare, say, and, we've talked about this before. There's more than one way to play this game, but if we're gonna look at the difference between Miles, say, and Brian Patton,
I think Patton's more dangerous when the blinds are low.
he is dangerous, and he is going to go. He's going to be aggressive early on.
Yeah. The Professor and Patton, I would definitely say, are probably the 2 most aggressive players at this table. I think when the blinds are lowest, that's when they're the most dangerous.
How about the first one out has to buy?
Colonel, thank you. We'll keep track of that.
I think we should have
Pocket aces.
one where you had
That was the first one.
for $1,000.
About last long.
No spoilers whatsoever.
No, but I kind of appreciate that heads up. Brian does hit a piece of this, and
I just want to make that clear for any players out there. I don't want to do anything. I just wanted to put the fire out there.
Now you want to do
Got a
it.
little advantage.
Initial
Hey,
reaction.
we got it. We got it.
Be
We got
100%
it.
genuine.
High hand. That's good enough.
It's like when I go out and have a beer with Vic sometimes, I want to be genuine, just live in the moment. Experience it.
I had to twist his arm to
Don't
get
worry,
him
I'm going to be
play.
keeping track of the nemesis, Colonel.
now the blinds are up
I gotta kick their
242,
ass.
200, 400 with a $200 ante.
Hey, once
He
I
lives
said
in
I
town.
play, though, I ain't
I'm
back.
curious when the wizard gets the nemesis. How it does. You're going to be watching that. Now, Donkey?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Mixing up some names here. And we went from Brian Patton to Donkey,
I'm going to defend him. He's a champ.
and
We
he's,
want our mega
he is a
bounty
champ.
champ.
He,
You
and
know-
he races it up to 1,200.
Gotta put some respect on that donkey. At least it's from Shrek or something. It's a fine hand to raise with. MGM Bob makes the call with 8-7 suited. over to the professor. 10-3, no go. Three-handed now. 6K in the pot. Well, we've seen the blinds are at their lowest, and we're seeing multiple pots. These are 40K starting stacks. 5, 6, 7K in the pot before we see cards. So they're playing tonight. We got a 7-4-3 board, Vic. MGM flopping top pair. And he's going to bet just under 50% of the pot. Don't mind that bet size.
There you go.
Well, see, a real donkey would have peeled another card. Would have peeled one there, right there. The ace
Are
king.
we supposed to have a lock on this or
Yeah,
something?
Brian, let it go.
Yeah.
Brian, as you mentioned, he is a champ. And we announced today on Facebook another big
Well, you're looking that up.
They'll be cheering.
and that is a mega bounty tournament, June 20th to the 23rd, $240 buy-in. This is going to be right after, a few weeks after our Memorial Day weekend, 40K in a day, $100,000, and it's a mega bounty tournament.
Well, we've been seeing it. This is the direction this club is going.
They're all fucking booing.
It seems like every month we're going to have a big tournament of some sort, whether it's a one day with a memorial. Next one we're going to have a whole weekend for 100K.
Yeah, they're cheering. I'm
Every
walking
month's
back
something
in my
special.
full
You know, in
club
July,
like them with
we
double
have our
fucking
veterans
bird.
fundraiser. They kind of take the attention of the poker world for a month. We like to raise awareness for that.
Wizard raises it up here to 1,200 with the blinds at 242, and now Nick looking down at jacks, and he's going to re-raise this, make a 3-bet to 4.5. I think Mike might have called that raise from the Wizard, but getting out of the way after the 3-bet.
I was checking into the game last night when he was checking out at midnight. I was buying in, so. And I had just played the stream for 5 hours too, so.
It's true, Bob's an man.
So, I don't need a whole lot of sleep.
Stingy. He's got the chips right there.
I'm not supposed to.
He's going to defend.
He is going to defend.
11.6K. We got a big one brewing. Oh, and he out flops jacks. Ace 8 gets there on the flop.
My hands are
Sneaky guy.
6,500. Keep my hands over here. Keep on.
6,500 now. That's a see where I'm at type bet. Nick either has to raise or fold. He folds. Wizard shows the ace. Takes it down. Little run good for the Wizard. Start up to 48K.
Yeah,
in second
and if
place.
you're just joining us, like Dom is from Sandusky, this is the $1,100 sit and go. This was pre-recorded a couple of Sundays ago, and there's no player audio here tonight, so you're just relying on Dom and I tonight. This is going right down to first place $7,500, second place $2,500. Everybody bought in for $1,100. We have no idea who the winner, who's second place, who third place. We have no idea. We're watching this for the first time, just like you are, and we'll try to give you all of the information that you need going forward here. And back to the action.
Yeah, Colonel Queen 6, Miles now with 8-7. Folds around the table. Soul Crusher out of the way.
Now Carmen, who's been real quiet, pocket jacks.
Yeah, finally picking up a legit hand.
1,700.
Sprinkle 17. Blinds are at 2 and 4.
Professor, Queen Deuce, in the muck. Back over to MGM Bob.
That's probably going to price him out. Suited Queen 5.
There's some.
Oh no, he's reaching. Little cash play? Yeah, so I'm playing tournament now. Hold on. Cash maybe.
And he shows the jacks.
By the way, I got a question for you. You know how we have 2 bowling shirts tonight?
Yes.
Since Buddha's in the drawing, don't you think it's only right that if I was debating on which one we should raffle, I think Buddha would really want to play for the Concrete Dave signed one. So I think we should go with the Concrete Dave since Buddha's
Tonight.
here. Because normally he's playing. He doesn't have the opportunity to get such great memorabilia.
That's right. Yep.
Then we could do the Dr. Boyne one on Tuesday. I'm just looking out for Buddha. I know that's the one deep down, you know, he really wants to put in his man cave, put it in a nice frame. Poker nostalgia.
Yeah, I think you're setting some pretty high expectations there. Here we go, 1,600 this time from Carmen. He's got King 10.
When they showed the jacks,
Professor now, suited ace, ace 3 of diamonds.
in the cutoff.
Thank you, though.
Everybody had a starting stack of 40,000 here tonight. Brian Patton, he's going to bump this up now. Or is he making the call? He's making the call to 1,600 with pocket sixes. And so we're going to go heads up to the flop. We've got Nikki at the helm.
Hey, 2 overs versus a pair. Classic 10 right in the window. Fought with a 9 and an 8. So the sixes do pick up a gut shot.
Very tough board there for pocket sixes.
Look at Carmen switching it up.
2,200.
Giving him some rope here.
Giving him some rope, and that's really a bet of where am I in this hand. There's a call.
And I like the bet from Patton, though, because a lot of times, you know, if he's got 2 painted cards, you get a fold right there. Still has some outs, too, you know, 7 or 6.
Oh, check, check, free card, and
Oh,
there
and he
comes
hits.
the 7. Wow, and Brian catches up here.
Another time where a free card on the turn. Seems like those turns sometimes we'll see betting on the flop and the turn is free. So often. See the player from behind. Take it down, and he gets value. So Brian, in a 16.2K pot, so profit over 9K. Nice hand. There he is, all the way up to 4th place now. He is in the green.
And nobody's really in any kind of trouble yet, and nobody's really any, you know, there's no Chipzilla here yet. Still early. This is the second level. Started at 1-2-1, and now the blinds are at 2-4 and 2. And Buddha is in agreement. He would like to see the Concrete Dave shirt auctioned off tonight. We're going to get back to that in a little bit.
The Wizard now. First act, 7 high.
4,000. Not 4,000. 400. They were doing thousands. 400.
I wonder who. Now you can see we have some of the reserve's finest playing. Tranchel, Nick, Professor,
17.
and the Wizard.
Here's
Do you
Mike.
think one of the 3 knock out each other? Do you think we're going to see that?
1,700.
That's a good question. That's something to watch closely.
By the way, Mike, Mr. Flynn coming in, betting 1.7. MGM on the button, playing the Nemesis. Makes the call.
Soul Crusher had limped in with the Jack 9 of hearts, and he's going to complete here and make the call. So we're going to go 3-handed it to the flop.
And a Queen 8 deuce board, and right now Mr. Flynn, initial raiser.
6 is still in the lead here. Does a continuation, aka feeler bet, 2,600.
Trying to represent that Queen. Just a gut shot for Soul Crusher.
Call. Heads up.
And he's coming along. Garrett's definitely pretty creative too. Oh, now he gets a flush draw.
Check. 6,000.
6,000 now.
Yeah. Keeping the pressure on with those 6s.
He's going to make him pay if he's drawing. That's exactly what Soul Crusher is doing.
11 outs here. Let's see if Mike can dodge all 11.
Second Queen on the board.
And he does. The 6s are still good. Let's see if Soul Crusher decides to try to make a move here. Oh, I like this bet here from Mike.
8,000.
8,000. And a fold there from Garrett.
Mike taking down 14.4 profit there.
Yeah, nice pot there for Mike. And Mike's cheering section.
Yeah, that felt like ace queen there.
I'm sure we're going to hear from him here shortly.
We have the Flynn Mafia in the house.
Starting,
Definitely saw them represented.
Yep, starting stack was 40,000. You can see scrolling on the bottom the current chip count.
In the meantime, I'm taking odds if anybody wants to bet.
Currently the blinds are 200, 400 with a $200 ante.
No, it's gonna be the whole thing. It's only gonna be.
This is the $1,100 buy-in. It's a sit and go. Dom and I seeing this for the first time. I think besides anybody in the room, this is the first time except for the dealers. So we're calling it just like it's live.
No, not this.
It's live to us.
1,200.
Carmen. Man, it's almost like the old song, it only takes a spark to get a fire going. It only takes pocket jacks to get that gentleman raising.
Yeah, he was
hand
really
and-
quiet just before the jacks. Yeah,
Yeah,
good
third
point.
time in the last 6 hands. I
Yeah.
think he's raised.
Here's aces again. Mike Flynn, pocket aces. I'm getting
Mark it
the
down.
Sharpie down and marking it down. Second time now we're seeing aces tonight. And was it the second or third time we're seeing jacks? I think I'm going to keep track of the jacks too.
I'm keeping track of King Jack, and it's 0-1 right now.
All right.
We had it played by MGM, so there's one for the lost column.
Yeah. It'd be like paying $100 for a stake
Well,
just to see.
started the live stream a little bit ago. We've had one or two orbits. Still waiting for King Jack to win one.
Brian's done it.
But yeah, this is a big hand alert, folks. 2 huge pairs.
$30 stake players, $100.
Yeah,
You'd be like, I
Tell
want
you,
the
how
100.
bad were you get those?
I feel like you had to buy both of them.
You know what?
Pair.
The $100.
And Carmen says, nope.
Yeah.
When I got that Wagyu and I did not like it.
Catch and release, Vic. Catch and release.
An expensive
If
beef.
I've ever
And on
heard
the flop
anybody
now we have
say
a
that
deuce
they really
5-5
want
board. That's trouble for the
Everybody I've
colonel.
ever talked to that's got the
That's
Wagyu
normally a
just
board
said
you
it
want to
was
see.
super
if
good.
someone could
I
sniff
got
it
it
out.
at Chop House last time we went there. It was
6,500 is the bet from Mike.
It like melts in your mouth.
Like, the Wagyu you buy at Kroger's is not the Wagyu you get, you know, like,
Who buys Wagyu at Kroger?
I'm saying, like,
what I'm saying is it's different. That's all they had.
Why wouldn't you buy Wagyu at Kroger?
well, what I'm saying is like, just because it's labeled Wagyu
I like
doesn't
this
mean it's
bet.
actually like the Japanese Wagyu.
See where you're at early, and if he comes over the top, which he does,
Yep.
I don't know if you need to do that.
But he does. He pushes all in here.
Yeah, they're only allowed to eat like.
I don't hate it though, because you know with jacks, a king or a queen or an ace could have come and it could be a scare card. You don't want those scare cards to come on the turn river. There's 2 ways of looking at it. But this is the second time early on where we've seen some players, you know, with the full house with eights, aces versus jacks, just going for the jugular early on. Yeah, Colonel, I get it. You're thinking, man, 5-5 deuce, pocket jacks. I think with that all-in shove, though, these guys have played against. Mike's pretty much playing with his hand up right now, saying I have minimal queens with that shove. Not too much mystery unless you really want to be froggy. But like I said, the blinds are so low, Vic. I sometimes got to tell myself, why would you go all in with the blind so low unless you literally have queens or better right there? Nice fold.
So Mike now at 70,000 after a starting stack of 40,000. He is now the chip leader. We haven't lost anybody yet. Still 10 players, and it's still early.
Is that how it works if you don't have the nuts, you're on the draw? I like
Somebody
it.
shoves some chips all in.
Yeah, I like it. I had to figure out where I was at.
How many outs you have, just in
Must
case.
have been playing with Maverick
Go
a
with
lot.
You
You know Maverick from Seven A?
It's my father-in-law.
So that last hand, it was like 6K.
No, I didn't know
then
that.
it was
I thought you were
8,000,
know that. I
2.5.
played with Maverick for a lot of years.
You know how like there's more than one way to skin a cat, like we say.
He had a whole
Myself,
game
if I'm in
it.
that situation,
Forever.
I almost want to
I
put
went
max
to
pain on a
fight,
player and make him hurt in the stomach. I would almost just re-raise another 6 or 7 and make it 20 because you got a pair of deuces out there. you got to be thinking he's got a noble
like
pair,
the
especially
regular
with aces.
2, 3, 4, 5, 4,
But like I
5.
said, some players like to try to get it in before any skill cards come in at the same time. So definitely two different
Got
strategies.
them guys though, I guess.
I figured you had an overtrade.
Good fold for the Colonel, though. Nice hand
Figure
for
out where I
Mike.
was at. If I don't bet that, you don't.
Two gentlemen that know their poker.
Yeah, and
very
Mike's,
well.
and Mike with 10-9 of hearts in early position is going to raise it up. 10-9 of hearts is going to raise it up to 1,400. And Garrett's going to come along here. So we're going to go heads-up action.
I had to figure you aces, kings, or queens, and probably aces.
Wow.
Oh, boy, just imagine.
Glad it wasn't on that last hand. Jeez Louise.
Wow.
Jack 6. Jack 8. Oh, yeah, well,
Yeah,
they're all just coming out very next hand. Always they call it flop leg.
they're going to check this to showdown. Mike's going to take it down by virtue of his 10.
Mike with a little run good right there.
Little run good.
Aces versus jacks and now 10 high holds. I actually think he might be inside, even though it's not as many chips, Vic. I think he might be happier with the 10 high holding right there. That's what you're thinking, like, probably not good right now. You flip it over, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
10 high holds?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, back to that hand with Mike having pocket aces against the jacks, and then he bets out after the flop. He gets a min click here from the Colonel, and then he pushes all in. Dom, we hear this all the time. People saying, that their aces get, their aces get cracked all the time. My aces get cracked all the time. I don't know I've ever heard Mike say that, but is there some of that echoes in people's minds from time to time where they think, you know what, I'm not going to risk it. I want to take this down. I appreciate what you said. Hey, let's see if we can get some more money in the pot. But so is there a piece of that, just the stigma of having the aces cracked?
So, for one, I will say, I will go on record. Mike, I've never heard do that, but I agree with what you're saying. I hear it all the time, and Mike is above that. I want to say that first and foremost. But we hear this all the time with aces.
We do.
I think it's a situational thing. I think if there's a little bit more connection on the board or possibly a flush draw, I would have done that move. But in a situation where it's deuce, deuce, five. I mean, if you called with ace, deuce, or pocket fives, granted, that's just a run bet. But those situations, they don't come along all the time. But like I said, flip side. That's just what I would do.
Yeah.
I understand the completely opposite spectrum, and we've seen Shimmy do this in cash. And actually, I like that play more in cash because those chips are the amount in with you, where you bet with your aces aggressive like that forehand in case he has tens or jacks, just in case on the turn.
Yeah.
A king comes, a queen comes, and then there's a scare card where it might kill the action a little bit for you. So there's two ways of looking at it.
And here we've got the luxury of having the player himself that played that hand on the board, kind of giving us a little insight as to his thoughts there. And speaking of that player, now he's got pocket jacks. Talk about hitting a run good.
So I will comment on that thing with Mike. All right. I want Mike to realize this, and maybe he's just downplaying himself. Mike, I think you have too much respect at the table, especially with Colonel, who's played with you. No one thought you had ace king there.
Yeah.
I just don't see Mike being like a donkey. And I think that's a donkey move because you're only getting called with a hand that beats you for that. There's not enough chips in the pot at that point. So Mike, take that for a respectful saying. Is saying I don't think you're playing around there. If I was playing against you, I mean, if you do it with ace king one time, granted, you're probably going to take me. You can bluff me.
I like the conversation. In the meantime, back to the action here.
Yeah.
Jacks versus queen 10 versus ace queen of clubs.
Yeah, 7, 3, deuce.
Mike's still in the lead with his jacks, and he's going to bet out.
And the players that are in the lead. But, and it looks like he's going to take it down. And jacks are hot. Jacks and aces are hot.
They
right
really
now.
are. In the meantime, the blinds have gone up, 3-6-3.
Yeah, Colonel and Mike are on. Actually, it's kind of nice though having the players on the message board, picking their brain. But yeah, I think Colonel and Mike are both respected at the table with their play, and they've also played against each other from time to time. And Colonel even said if he smooth called me, then he would have had all my chips. I agree. Like I said, I think on that situation with that board, when you got a deuce, deuce, 5, rainbow board, I like slow playing the aces a little bit more than if it was like 10 queen deuce where someone could have a straight draw, possibly with a flush draw with it, or just
General Patton raising up here with ace king, making it 2,500. The wizard, who's been pretty quiet now, is going to come along with ace five of spades. Mike has a couple of spades,
Have a break after their 5th level.
but that's not really in calling range for Mike, and so he lets it go, and we're going to go heads up.
Heads up.
yeah, ace king.
Here comes a flop.
The wizard trying to go the Oz right now. Patton's still in the lead. There's wizard now.
Oh, check, check, free card.
Okay. Oh, and he hits his 5.
He hits his 5.
But Patton picks up a huge flush draw, king high. There we go for the wizard.
4,000.
Big favorite right now, 75%.
Just about half pot there. Bets 4,000. Brian Patton comes along quickly, and here comes the river.
Ooh,
Oh, boy.
the general. Yeah,
Yeah, you got to love the expression there.
that look basically said, I'm
Wizard,
not falling for that.
Yeah, Wizard said, I'm not falling for that.
No,
I'm
please.
not falling for that.
Child, please.
Yeah,
Like they say.
and Brian didn't even try to claim innocence there.
No.
You know, he checked there for a good reason.
Look at that, Mike.
Next month, maybe a 2
On
table,
top
right?
by far, though, with 81,000. Mr. Flynn. A full double up already. 40K starting stacks.
This is what I love about the live stream. You got a couple of players here going back and forth on the chat board.
Well,
And
like if Mike,
starting to reveal some information.
you know,
here.
and we're talking about that hand because it's kind of the biggest hand so far. But with that hand, I mean, if Mike's playing against people he doesn't know, I think that play can work more often. I just think we've seen Mike on here so often that he's generated some respect in the poker community. He's gone deep in tournaments. So you got to remember, sometimes you got scouting reports out there. Watching you play.
Carmen coming in again with ace 4. He is just making the call, and that's the second time I'm beginning to maybe see a trend here for Carmen on the ace 4, but look at this spread of
Yeah. Is this the most we've seen to a flop, 6-handed?
6-handed.
6.6 in the middle on a 7-10 deuce board, Vic. Couple of clubs.
600.
Right now, pair of 7s for General Patton, and he's going to fire out. And right now, he's in the lead. The wizard saying, I'm going to make you earn this one. Tarantula Nick. He's going to float.
3 players.
So, Vic, your line getting sticky with it?
I got 2 sticky players here right now,
And now the
or
4.
non-believers.
Well, that does give Tarantula Nick now a gut shot to the wheel. Wizard's kind of in no man's land. It's hard to make a move there with Tarantula Nick. Smooth calling behind. Good fold. Won't be surprised if the Wizard was heads up right there. He might have made a move. Just floating that king high. Jack of clubs on the turn, and that gives some bluffing power. Nick has the ace of clubs in his hand, a really nice blocker. If he wants to make a move right now, he's got the perfect card in his hand to do it with. And the straight and the flush. 9-8 got there, and the clubs got there. And he shows the bluff.
And he shows the bluff.
Setting up a little table image there to try to get paid off farther down the road.
I like it.
Tarantula Nick, nice hand. It's always nice when you use the cards in your hand for scouting reports, making moves, and you have position on the button. Versatile, mobile. Tarantula Nick, mix it up. MG on Bob.
Miles, 8-7 of diamonds, been real quiet. Not calling, raising it up to 1,700 here.
2
Wizard, king 9 again.
17.
Do we have a scouting report on the Wizard and king 9? Is that a hand he likes?
I'm kind of wondering that now.
Yeah.
We could always text him. Just ask him real quick. Is king 9 your hand?
Professor, ace 8 of hearts. He's already in for 300. He needs 15. He needs 1400 to make the call.
Break time did you get when you got a truck coming to feed us or something? Or?
He knows Miles has not been playing many hands.
No.
Whatever you want.
Like I said, look for Miles as the blinds get bigger. They get a little bit more aggressive.
Brian Patton coming in. Not disappointing.
No. He'll mix it up.
He'll mix it up.
He's the champ.
See if they got the blue milk.
7-4. And here we go,
Wizard.
three-handed, 8,400 in the pot.
The Wizard's in great shape with king 9 suited right now. There's a 9 right in the window, followed with a 6 and a 3, 2 hearts. Open-ended straight draw for Miles, top pair for the Wizard.
Remember when they had those different colored catch-ups?
Gut shot for Mr. Patton.
2,000.
Never.
You don't remember
Continuation bet here for Miles. Makes it 2,000.
Curious with the flush draw out there.
And 6,000. I kind of expected that from the Wizard with the 2 hearts out there and the straight draw. If you're going to hit it, you're going to pay for it. And he does make the call. Miles with 5 outs, and that is not one of them, although heart comes, that could be a scare card or an opportunity card.
If Miles checks this, if the Wizard bets again, I understand why he slow played that.
And Miles catches up, hits the straight.
Second time in about 15 minutes, Vic, we just mentioned it. Betting on the flop, turn card for free. The hand from behind gets there.
7,000.
That's what he's thinking.
Show me one.
Curiosity kills the cat, as
Yes,
they say.
and there it is. And I can't imagine the Wizard was putting Miles on that hand because Miles usually, particularly in tournaments, playing a bigger range of cards, although it is early on.
Time, Dan.
And he did that in early position. So that early position aggression really, I think, got him paid off there.
I think you hit the nail right on the head, Vic. There's no way I'm putting Miles on 8-7 offsuit.
Right.
Right there. But at the same time, I do like it for Miles because if you're going to do that, now's the time. Blinds are at 3 and 600. They're only going to go up. You got to pick your moment where you got to start seeing some flops. See if you get a little run good. And right there, Miles got reward for it. Got a little run good. You play a little outside the box. The blinds are this small.
Dealer change now. Blind still at 3, 6, and 3.
Danielson's been at the golf course. Is that a visor line right there? Oh, yeah.
Oh, remember, this was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, this is the initial time when we had our first sunny week, so it's actually play.
I gotta get something.
Everything you don't want.
And Miles and the Wizard discussing that hand. I think Miles appreciates that Wizard, as anybody would have been, baffled. And he looks like he's trying to figure out how the hell could I have put him on 8-7 and didn't.
Mike now in the cutoff, pocket 5s. I'm just going to try to make this heads up or take it down now.
Bob needs 2,400 here to complete with a couple of clubs. Suited ace, ace-9 of clubs. Colonel limped in but gets out of the way. And now we're going to go 3-handed to the flop. The clubs come. It's going to be trouble for Carmen.
Look how these pot sizes are already just so much bigger. 12.9K in the pot. 2 pair on the flop for Carmen on an 8-jack-8 board. Nice lead for 6K. Just about 50%.
He was the pre-flop aggressor, and he continuation bet, and it pays off for him. Takes that down.
Very nice hand.
Yeah, as I mentioned, today we announced $100,000 prize pool guarantee mega bounty. That's going to be the weekend of June 20th to the 23rd. That's a $240 buy-in. There are six starting flights to choose from, and $500 bounties. We just came from a big bounty tournament a few months ago. Very popular. People asking all the time for bounty tournaments. They really like them. This is a big one, ladies and gentlemen. Once we get past Memorial Day, I suspect we will have some satellites for that as well. In the meantime, on May 25th is the 40K in a day, and we've got one more satellite to go. Thursday night, $40 can get you a voucher worth $300. Back to the action here. Miles with ace queen offsuit under the gun. He's going to raise it up to 1,700. Just about a 3x raise. Carmen makes the call with king jack. There's the nemesis suited. So we're going to go heads up here. Miles and Carmen.
Can it get on the board? And we have, nice flop for the nemesis here. 4 king queen top pair for Carmen. Miles though still hitting the nice piece of it. His ace queen.
4,200.
That's out. 4,200.
Call.
And a call.
Gonna keep him honest here.
Miles has Tracy on the chat board rooting for him.
Check.
Now the 10.
Check.
Interesting card for both players.
Oh, check, free card, but there's a brick.
Okay, both players receive a straight draw on the turn. Brick on the river, though. Carmen still with the check mark.
And 3 clubs out there, so they're going to check it to showdown.
Yep. And Carmen takes it down. Nice hand. Carmen, by the way, got a little scout report on it by chance at all?
You know, I really don't.
The players aren't here today, but yeah, really nice play by him so far. Really impressed. Really impressed with Carmen's game. And he's in 3rd place right now at 47.4.
We got a Dallas Stars fan here.
Oh, shout out to Mom on the message board. Thanks for tuning in. And they won their series. By the way, for all Red Wing fans in this chat, it was nice seeing the Colorado Avalanche just have that song being played in the background. Another one bites the dust by Queen. Still cannot stand that franchise from the 1990s. That hit they did on Chris Draper. I'll never forget it.
Carmen looked like maybe he was going to switch things up a little bit here, but he lays down the Motown suited. There's the nemesis again, this time suited for Mike.
That is a win. I almost
and Mike is our chip leader. That's right. Nemesis won that last year.
So it's 1-1 right now.
Oh,
Here comes Mike.
Raise the
2,300.
We've all got them.
Professor gets rid of the jack 8 suited. Professor's played a little bit less hands than I expected, honestly. My prediction was completely
Is it cool if you guys
thought that he would have probably the highest VPIP for the first hour. I mean, that's serious. Like, I almost thought it was a lock.
Oh, speaking of which, Miles lets go of ace-10. So we're going to go heads up here. He just got burned with ace-queen. Maybe that's why he laid down the ace-10.
Oh, look at that. The nemesis on fire now. 2 hands in a row.
Kaboom, and he checks it.
Ace-queen.
Giving a little rope there for MGM Bob, who's going to come out and bet $2,000. A nice smooth call there from Mike. And there's a brick and a check and a check. And now to the river. Mike going to Value Town, 5,000. See if he can get paid off. Nope. Quick fold there from Bob. And Mike with just an incredible cheering section here tonight. Now, 84,000. Each player started with 40 grand. In chips, we've started the blinds out at 1, 2, and 1. We're now at 3, 6, and 3. Nobody's really in any kind of world of hurt yet, Dom.
No.
we don't really have to. I'm saying if I'm at that table and I'm in those lower 3 chip stacks, I'm not going to panic yet. I'm not happy, but you know, I'm still going to be looking for the right opportunities.
When I was 21, 22 years old playing in the bowling alleys, I always had the local legends tell me in their 80s playing.
Yeah,
But he waited till he
tournament the
That
first
was
time.
my idea.
that's exactly right. Exactly right.
Put that in place.
Speaking of the professor, you were hoping he was going to play a few more hands, and he does. He comes out with
2,500.
King 5 of diamonds, makes the call, but pocket 8's your favorite hand, Dom, from Bob, and he's going to make it 2,500.
As he should.
Soul Crusher, out of position, but makes the call with King Queen. Does that price the professor in? He needs 1,900 to make the call. Nope. He definitely wanted to see a flop with that hand.
Yeah, heads up. 9.5K in the middle, and we have an ace right in the window, followed with a 10 and another ace. Nice for MGM Bob to see 2 aces out there. He's going to let it fly. Little C-bet.
You were live there.
Soul Crusher folds his gut shot straight draw the Broadway. Just another time where it's business at hand.
Pocket 8s.
One of the things I think we're talking about being on the lower tier of chip stacks at this point. I think one of the things that still is not prudent is limping in with a marginal or weak hand, because all you're doing is contributing to the pot. Typically, if you're in an early position and somebody's going to raise that up and then you lay it down, there's a min click that you really needed to keep in your stack instead of calling it off. Speaking of weak hands, boom, boom, boom. Now Mike with 6 deuce, Professor 7-6, and this is what I'm talking about here. I'd kind of like to see like the professor make a raise here with the 7-6. Certainly don't want to see him call with that. And he lays it down now. The Colonel with King 4 of spades.
Yeah, I don't like the position that the professor's in right there to make that raise with 7-6.
I
think
get
more
it.
on the cutoff or the button. But
Yeah.
he'll wait his time. I'm just waiting for him to pounce with the wizard. With pocket 10. And look at here, Miles opening up the range, Vic.
Look at that.
With the 5-4 suited, he's going to get a little frisky, play his button aggressively. I like it, Miles. Miles coming in here playing outside the box.
Good opportunity here for Miles.
Yeah.
Being the pre-flop aggressor and having an ace come on the flop.
Yeah, a little semi-bluff here with just a gut shot to the wheel. And the wizard not going anywhere. Now the 4 hits. A few more cards to take down this hand for Miles. Let's see if he keeps the pressure up with that 4. Free card. Now the second. That's a bad card for Miles to try to bluff at.
5,000.
Miles, hey, he looks like maybe he was going to make a move if the wizard had checked that.
Yeah, see, out of like the wizard, let some rope out right there in case someone had a small pair. You're playing pot control that way because if you bet 5, someone's got an ace that come over the top of you, or you get value. Let him fire. Let him fire. And he still gets value though, so it worked out great for the wizard. Miles kept him honest. Probably want to see what he had also. Wizard picking up a nice pot. 12.3K.
A much needed pot. After the turn, he was down to 14K.
Nice to see him get after it there.
Scrolling along the bottom, and now up on the screen are the chip counts. So the wizard now inching back to closer back to his starting stack of 40,000.
Nick's shaking his head. I really want to know what's going on in there.
Huh.
The more I get to know Nick, working with him, he's a great. I consider him a friend. You know, I almost want to mess with him a little bit more because we're that comfortable with each other. But I always want to know what's going on in his head because he beats himself up about some poker hands that I think that he doesn't even need to do so. It just nonstop. He's thinking poker, combinations, how you should play this here, and it looked like he was just having a conversation with himself, shaking his head.
Yeah. Blinds went up now. They're 4, 8, and 4. And MGM Bob is going to raise up with pocket sevens, and Carmen in the big blind is going to complete with the Jack 10 of clubs, and here comes the flop.
Yeah, 4 deuce king on the board, couple of spades. 3,000. Carmen now. Interesting poker face right there, looking at MGM Bob. Carmen, he lets it go.
Carmen lets it go.
Was hand from MGM, and yeah, he had the best hand. Was not a bluff. Profited 6.5K. Also, like I said, if you're just tuning in, guys, please hit that thumbs up, smash that like button. We always try to get up to 100. Helps the channel out in the YouTube algorithm. Get our brand out there, and that's pretty much how we grow. We're approaching 4,000 subscribers at 3.94K. We're 50 and change away from that magic 4K. Man, when we get up to that 5, that's going to be a special day. I'll tell you what. Yeah, it's been a fun time. This September, correct, will be our 2-year anniversary of the live stream. If I'm remembering correctly, Vic?
Yep, September.
In the first week.
Yeah, 6th or something like that.
Miles now, ace 10.
Where is it going to?
Carmen, 9-8.
Nick needs 1,400 here to complete.
Is Carmen the ultimate dark horse right now? Probably the only player at the table that I'm not familiar with, and the more I'm watching him play, the more I like his style, though. Like you said, he's kind of goes on little runs. We got a deuce, king 10 board here, Vic. Ace 10 gets a little insurance, as they say.
Yeah,
And
exactly. A
ace nine.
continuation bet, but a quick fold there from Tarantula Nick. So Miles takes this down, and he's up over his starting stack. Nick just below the starting stack, and there you see Mike double the starting stack. 82,000.
This is a tough table. How many times, put it this way, this has been going on for how long now? Over an hour. And how many hands have you seen someone, when they raise, not get one caller? This table is not playing tight, Vic, once, I think. I think one hand. Just about, Vic.
Yes. Yep.
Do you think once, maybe?
Once. I think so. Yep.
Yeah, so everyone's defending it right now. Everyone's defending their hands, and we're seeing flops.
And nobody's got a walk yet.
That's, yes, yeah, 0 walks. That's a good indicator of a skilled table. I did not know we were going to see the Soul Crusher in here. Nice little surprise.
Yeah, and he's going to make the call here with 10-9 of hearts after a raise from the Colonel King Queen. Nick coming along with clubs, Queen 9 of clubs. Couple of diamonds here for Mike, and he's going to make this call, I believe.
And this is another time we have a possibility for a big hand here. All the players are sharing cards, except Mike. So curious to see if the queens and nines come into play, and they don't. We
Boom.
have a 10-10 deuce board, and really, the only person that hit it was the one who crushed it. No pun intended. Soul Crusher.
I know I understand where you were coming from. Continuation bet here from the Colonel. He wants to see where he's at, so he makes it $4,000 into a $12,000 pot.
I like his mindset there, though, betting that 4K.
And a smooth call here from Garrett.
What do you think about that? I still like that he's using his table image to his advantage. Right now, obviously, it's not good, but in the long run, if Colonel plays like that, I think it's going to be profitable through a whole tournament. And with that 4, he'll probably pump the brakes. Oh, take that back. 5K. I'm going to stop guessing.
All in.
And an all in. Yeah, with the flush draw out there, there's enough in the pot. Might as well get it in there because he's got 15K total. It's another 10 to call.
My sense of timing today is really off.
That was a uh-oh spaghetti-o moment.
Yeah. And right back to the starting level for Garrett, 40,000 now. So that was a much-needed pot. And the Colonel now drops down close to 15K.
Yeah, but it's amazing. The blinds are getting a little bit bigger. You know, there's 1,200 or 1,600 in the pot. Even if you're around 15K, you get one double up, you'll be roughly anywhere from 30 to 38,000. I like to play with that mentality. If I'm ever low stack, one hand away. If I double up now, where will I be at? Sometimes it makes you a little bit more patient. Brian Patton looking at sixes, first to act. Already 52, 5.2.
There goes one of his sixes, MGM Bob. There goes another six from the Colonel.
Put the clothes back on.
Just a limp in here from Brian Patton with the sixes.
It looks more scary when someone limps underneath the gun, honestly.
Yeah. Depending upon who it is.
Yeah, I mean, why are you limping in underneath the gun? That's what I'm asking myself.
Right.
Mike's going to see a cheap one, though, if you can. I don't blame him. Even if it's 9-3, got a good price. Professor, 10-9. Check. All right, we got 3 players going to the flop. 6.4K in the middle.
I'm usually cut down for a couple of events.
You got a 3 ace 5 board. 8 of clubs on the turn. Sixes right now are still surviving. And they hold.
And they do hold. And unless somebody really wants to take a stab at this, this is going to go all the way to showdown. And Patton is going to take this pot down, and he's going to get inch closer to 50K in chips.
In general. In second place, look at Mike, though. Still pretty much two stacks in front of him early. Nice advantage to have.
Now, you and I were so intent on being sequestered here. I'm not sure about the format. If they've got breaks coming up, it's possible that the Wizard edited the breaks out, which in this case it takes it just a notch below unadulterated poker.
Right.
So I don't know what to tell you, folks. There could be a break coming up, or there may not be. Tonight we don't have anybody in the booth whispering in our ear.
No sweet nothings.
This is something new for us. Bringing you a sit and go that was taped just about 2 weeks ago. And I'm enjoying it. This is fun. Queen 6 of diamonds now for Carmen in the hijack, and he's going to raise it up to 2,500. 3x raise here. The Professor just not seeing much here.
Nada.
And Brian Patton doesn't like that position with the ace-9, so he lets it go. And some aggression there from Carmen. Pays off. Yeah, Brent, so this was taped 2 weeks ago. This is an $1,100 sit and go. They started with 40,000 starting stack, started the blinds at 1, 2, and 1. And now we're at 4, 8, and 4. First place, $7,500. Second place, $2,500.
No, Brent is a player, actually. I was talking about DFG. That's another guy I'm a little surprised. I know we can only have 10. So no matter what else, that about a few people.
Yeah.
But Brent is another player I'm surprised that isn't on here. This seems right up his alley.
Yeah, Brent, I bet you would like to be a part of our next sit and go.
Could definitely see him doing something like this, as long as he's not in dad mode. I know he's raising a family right now.
Now the sixes are going around, and Miles raises it up to 1,600. A call with Dom's favorite hand, 8s from Soul Crusher, a.k.a. Garrett.
And ace queen's going around, and
now the Professor. Let's see what he does here. In position with the ace queen.
Is ace queen just running bad so far? Isn't it like 0 for 3? And now it's going against ace king, which hasn't acted yet. And I don't blame. This is the best hand Professor's seen.
Yeah, raising it up to $6,000. And a quick call there from Brian Patton with the ace-king.
And now you're getting priced in almost with your pairs.
Just remember, this was taped 2 weeks ago, so it's okay for these guys to be on their phone.
Yeah, this was not live. No one was watching this wall. It was being taped, so you can easily check your phone and whatnot. Totally different dynamic than our cash games or our live tournaments. A rarity. But Miles gets out of the way with the sixes.
Soul Crusher had just gotten his stack back up to a starting level. Does he want to risk some of those with the eights after a 3-bet and a call, and he gets out of the way? So we're going to go heads-up action, ace-king versus ace-queen. Not looking good right now for ace-queen. Here's the flop.
No, we got a 5, deuce, 7 board. Ace-king still in lead for Patton, but he's going to check, and now Professor has an advantage here. He wants to try to steal. He did 3-bet this.
Say that in the tournament.
Like a 7, 5.
Yeah, I was thinking it's not as bad as it looks.
Now a 9.
No, it was more than that. It wasn't double. It should be probably about 2,000.
I said normally the Professor I've seen is a little bit aggressive, and right now that aggression would pay off for him as he is behind currently. He's going to check again.
10%.
I think it's 12%.
His pairs.
12% move on, 10% get paid.
Oh, no, I think you're wrong.
Well,
I think you're wrong.
That was last year.
Oh, boy. And Brian's going to get paid off here.
4,000 on the river.
Wow. So Brian now at 65,000 starting stack. And here is the current chip count with the blinds at 4, 8, and 4.
12%, 15 come back.
Now the Colonel needs to be just a little bit concerned. I think you get to this level, the blinds are about to go to 1, 5, and 1, which means he'll be at 13 big blinds. Really, you don't want to hit any kind of panic button in my estimation until you're down around 12 or 10 big blinds. But Colonel's getting close here. He could use a really good hand.
Yeah, well, and like I said, he's still, the reason why Colonel's still in here is he made a really nice fold, ran in the jacks versus aces on a deuce, deuce, 5 board, and got away from it. Some players would have been stacked right now, driving home, getting a Wendy's Frosty. So you know what, I can't.
Nick's going to raise this up now. Queen 8 of diamonds. He's going to make it 2,000. Not quite 3x.
Okay, so they do play levels or 12%.
They pay 10.
Nothing there for Bob. 8-3 and the Colonel 8-3.
What's that?
Fold, 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 and a fold. Back over to Garrett, the Soul Crusher. He's going to make the call, so it's going to be ace-9 of spades against Queen 8 of diamonds.
Okay.
Very similar stack sizes here.
And they gotta sell.
And we got a king 6-5 board, couple of diamonds now out there, and Tarantula Nick with the flush draw. Garrett technically still in the lead with the best mid hand with ace high. On the flop, in the turn.
Oh, boy.
Bad card for Garrett.
Bad card for Garrett. You are right. Check, check. Free card.
Oh, and he hits 2 pair, but it is the 4th diamond, so that could save him some money. Nick with the nuts.
This whole week they've been running.
Thinking about how much can I get here.
Starts like back in February. And it was once a week.
River card was a little bit of an action killer, I believe, but he might still get hooked up here.
Then you have a $70.
7,000.
If you win, that gets you into the
1/3 of his stack.
Yeah, it's, decent amount of times. Ace-9 is still good in this situation.
Some of them got.
65 times 4 is, what?
He's going to keep him honest.
He's going to make the call. And that's a tough hand there for the Soul Crusher.
Yeah. Tarantula Nick, though, profiting 15K. Now up to 49, just below 50K in chips.
Was a good turn. Was a good turn for me. Bad river.
You can see the standings right there. There's a little bit of separation going on now, even if you're
So,
around even.
So the Colonel brings up a good point, because I use 2 words in a sentence that don't go together, and that's Colonel and panic. They just don't go together.
Well,
so he acknowledges that he didn't panic at this level, but
I
does the Colonel ever panic?
I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to counteract what you're saying, but I agree with Colonel Vic. I was on the opposite end of that one. I don't think it's panic time yet.
Yeah.
Because it's not even 500 and 1,000 blinds.
Right.
You got 10 bigs. He's still got a couple orbits here where he'll be fine. Like I said, it's obviously not the position you want to be in right now, but for what happened to Colonel early on with jacks versus aces on that flop, I think you should be fortunate that he has whatever he has in front of him. You know, he made a continuation bet in the Garrett when he flopped 3 of a kind. Another unlucky situation. But he's playing his table, and so...
MGM Bob reverting to a little bit of cash play here. He's going to make the call with Queen 5 of diamonds. We got 4-handed going to the flop. And Miles gets the best of it.
11%, but then they take another like 3% from the prize pool. There's some hidden juice.
Checks it over to Carmen, who's got a gut shot there.
What's the hidden juice?
Bob gets out of the way.
WSOP will say there's
And Carmen came to play.
Yeah, I like this style.
But then if you read the fine print,
You mentioned it. You know, we really didn't have any intel on Carmen, and so far what we're seeing is someone that just doesn't sit back waiting for the cards to come. Tries to get the action going.
But the prize pools are so big that people don't miss it.
The ultimate dark horse.
They take 3%.
Carmen definitely showing that he's got some skills.
8,000 players,
Last year,
$1 million. You take 3% of that. It's
last year in the Super
They should add another venue.
We did that, we'd have a 9
Soul Crusher, Ace Queen. I'll tell you what, Ace Queen's almost give me a feel of the Nemesis hand today, which we've seen certain days where Ace Queen can win you a lot of money. Just so far tonight, Ace Queen's been almost the opposite. It's lost a lot of money early on for these players.
You know, man,
2 day ones.
they can do
Folds.
2 day ones.
3-6 Mafia for Mike.
Well, they have October, but they
You know?
3x raise here now. Professor with Ace 10.
wouldn't hurt them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good fold.
Good fold.
Very old pro in that area.
Because they're gonna have many people.
They never had one like that.
No, they've never done that for
You know, and with that event center, you never have to.
And the Wizard chose the trash. The King 4 offsuit. And we just talked about only seen 1 walk so far.
Yeah.
Or 0. Well, there's a walk. A rarity.
Well, it was a raise. So it was the first time we've seen folds. Yeah,
You're right.
Pre-flop fold
I
to the raise.
misspoke.
Yeah.
It wasn't a walk, but every single flop other than 1 before that, we've seen someone at least see a flop with the razor. That time,
It was here yesterday.
he got a free pass to get down pre-flop.
Yeah, Toyota, this is the $1,100 sit and go that was taped 2 weeks ago, and Dom and I have been sequestered. We have no idea how this turned out. This first place for $7,500 for first place and $2,500 for second place. Each player starting with 40,000 starting stack, and we're now at the blinds of 4, 8, and 4. This is level number 4, I believe, and that is the Wizard, Jim Kandersky, in seat 8. Your eyes do not deceive you.
Seriously?
Yeah, fucking need a spot. At least it's fucking.
I might be interested.
Folds around the table as Colonel shoves. Picks up 4.5K.
Yeah, you can't.
That's definitely something he might have to put in his arsenal right now just to get enough.
Have you looked around the area?
Back so when he does double up, and get close to even. Definitely that will help. Yeah, Colonel's up to 14.7 now. He probably just wants to at least try to get up to 20K. That way he can get to a starting stack. As you can see, if you're just breaking even at that 39K mark, you're still in the top half at the table in standings right now.
So the blinds go up. And I really like the conversation that's going on in the chat board. I would encourage more and more people to get involved in that conversation. We need that intel
You know, Colonel and a couple of the other players that played in this liking that amount at 1,100, although maybe 500 for a sit and go would be enough. People want to see more of these sit and goes. Give us your thoughts and your opinions, not only on whether you'd like to play in more of these and at what level you think you would like to, you would entertain getting involved.
Who's watching that?
There's a smooth call from Brian Patton with a couple of spades, suited ace 4 of spades. Colonel coming along.
It's just split goes there.
The wizard calls.
Yeah, and that's a good point for the Colonel, though. Some of these guys do drive a long way, and if they're going to do this, they want to make it worth it. So, like, the 200 is definitely a good idea. But for this being the first one, I think the 1,100 was a nice prize pool. And you can always do both. That's the thing. We have a full year of schedule. So we can mix in both ideas, really.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's something new. And there's the all-in from the Colonel. Nice semi-bluff spot here.
Open-ended.
He's going to put the pressure on the Wizard right now with Queen 10, but look where Wizard's at. He's got the whole table behind him. This is good timing. I mean, if the Wizard calls, he's probably going to isolate him easily. I don't see Carmen coming along with a pair of nines. Actually, I take that back. General Patton, I don't know if he can fold his hand. Bottom pair with the
I don't know if he can either. Particularly, he's at 60 grand, and
yeah, now he's even getting a better price. What did the Wizard leave behind? So he called 15-8 and he left 12.3 back. I think in that situation you almost want to shove to try to isolate, just because you already put in over half of your stack what you have remaining.
the question is, does Brian Patton shove here?
With his chip stack, I think you might as well try to get it. In case you hit, just get it all in now. Just get it all in now. Yeah.
Yep.
That's the right play.
The right play. He's going to push all in and put the pressure on the Wizard.
Yeah, tough spot for Jim. But at the same time,
And
I understand
yeah.
if he folds this, but right now we can see the cards and so much easier. He'll have a good chance to triple up if he makes this call. But man, dodging an open-ended straight draw with the flush draw with the pair. Like you said, Brian Patton is the type of
People are on plus fold anything.
But right now, Jim is in the lead, a.k.a. the Wizard. Good luck to him. Good luck to Mr. Patton, Colonel. 3 players fighting for their tournament life.
All right.
Patton's trying to go for the double KO. The former, well, he is the bounty champion, correct?
Yes, he
No
is.
bounties right now. No bounties in play.
Young Patrick, who just got back from vacation, and did we miss that Patrick, did he get rid of his whiskers on vacation?
He did.
We missed that. We were just talking to him.
Yeah, and then he comes home, and before he has to go back to work, he's playing in the 10K.
Yeah.
It's not as many as you think.
10K guarantee.
That's my point.
Jim's in Patrick right now. Let's see situation. This is the biggest hand of the night so far, folks. 3 all-ins. 85K in the middle, and on the turn,
Yes.
the straight hits now for Colonel, who could get a triple up.
Yes.
An interesting scenario here.
Wow.
So the Wizard, though, actually,
The Wizard takes
Proud
down the
even.
side pot.
yeah, he's at 24K. I mean, it's not give or take. I didn't see exactly how much he had. He might have lost a little bit. He's still right around even where he was, give or take a couple thousand. So he's happy he takes the side pot. But the Colonel with the comeback train, tripling up chips, and there's
Nice.
the amount right there. Look at the Colonel. Imagine that, going from last to second place in the matter of 10 minutes. The Colonel back in the saddle. Free KFC for the whole table. Life is good. Mashed potatoes on the side.
Usually the worst hand.
Biscuits and butter.
I've seen it.
Feed him the new.
The short stack ended up with 16.
And speaking of MGM Bob, he's got a message here for us.
27 going in.
Oh, nice. Congratulations on MGM. Bagging at Firekeepers, and the big one going on right now, the 1 million. Wish you all the best, sir. Definitely hope he's repping some MGM Bob shirts. I'm telling you what, he might have to get this patent with like the MGM Bob like face logo or something on those. Those things are starting to get high demand. And actually, speaking of that, it's 8 o'clock, folks. Start your bids too. We will start after this hand, or you can start now. We have one already. If you make a donation, a tip on YouTube right now, go next to that chat board. There's a little money sign.
And let's clarify how we're doing this.
Yeah, and we have a raise, though, right now. We will wait till in between hands up to 3.8K from Mike. Carmen now with ace jack, so 2 big aces involved. This one could get big. He makes the fold. Now we're the tarantula Nick with the weak king. I don't think there's much thinking on this one. He might put down. Safe face, we had Leffel. But so what we're going to be doing is we had a great live stream this Thursday. There was some MGM Bob themed live stream, and we had 3 gentlemen wear shirts. We auctioned one off, and we're going to auction one off today. 100% of this money is going to the Veterans Tournament that we have every year. We work with TAPS. It's a charity for veterans. We also put on a free roll tournament. If you're an active duty member or a veteran, all you have to do is come in, and we just want to say thank you to them. So 100% of this is going to those guys.
And for every $5 you donate right now, between now and 8:30, you will receive a coupon to go into the bucket to draw. So if you just donate $5, there's one. You have your name in the hat once. If it's 10, then it's twice, and so on and so on. And we are going to be raffling this off, auctioning this off, and it's Concrete Dave, actually, a.k.a. Concrete Bob, poker-themed bowling shirt, and it is autographed.
Yeah, and 2 things. We're going to finish a little bit more about that after this hand, and Vic is not allowed to say coupon anymore. He is Mr. Coupon for a reason, Vic.
Coupon.
I never want to hear you say
I'm sorry.
that again.
Well, DFG's listening, and I know he gets all ruffled up when I
got
that.
offended when you said it like that.
Yeah.
So here we go. We got a big hand alert, folks. Pocket aces, king, queen, ace, jack, pocket 3s, and a 9-deuce offsuit. 5-handed going to the flop. 20.5K in the middle. And we have a jack, 9, 6 board. Look at that. Miles hits top pair, top kicker. Professor with aces. This one could get hairy, and the professor bet 6,000. Miles.
Yep.
Yeah, what a situation here for Miles. And I don't know if you just call 6,000 when someone's got 11.7 back, Vic. You have 2 players left. I think you're. He does.
He does. He does
Okay.
make the call.
A little bit unorthodox there, I think, with the situation. I know a lot of players sometimes are just going to try to isolate the low stack in case they're in a situation like this where they're wrong when you have the chip leader. But yeah, maybe because Mike was in there, he played it cautiously. Mike does have everyone covered, but he got out of the way with his pair of 9s. Well, I take that back.
Yeah, I take that back. I thought it was a call.
I thought it was only 2 chips in there, but apparently
it's a
he made it
raise.
15K. So
Okay.
yeah, let's put him to the test.
Yeah, we both missed that one.
Yeah, I thought that was just 2. He put 10K in there, meaning a call, and he was going to get 4K back in change, but I missed that.
And the professor now utilizing his Screen Actors Guild card.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if he's putting in 15K and you got 11.7 back, he's coming along.
Saw you walk out today.
Yeah, he's really selling this one. Trying to make it look like he has like Jack 10, Queen Jack.
Oh my goodness!
The Oscar award goes to. And if it was the late '90s, he'd be trying to take a Neil's role in the Titanic.
Top of the world, Ma.
Yeah. Remember, Leo was playing poker before he got his ticket on the Titanic. That's what the professor's doing.
Let's see me come out that chair.
You know, there's no small rolls, just small.
What is going on?
What?
No.
Oh!
No. Is that a misread? We got to get the professor
Ace Jack?
Professor, for some reason, if you're watching right now and you're
Oh
on break
my God,
outside,
it was
come
bad.
back here and clarify that hand.
If he bluffed me there, that was one hell of a bluff.
Wow. I gotta go outside real quick and look for him. I want to get some clarity because we don't have a normal thing. I gotta see what just happened
I
there.
mean, he could have had ace jack. That'd have been about the only hand I beat.
You put the hood up now, you gotta watch out.
Yeah, James, we're wondering the same thing, and we actually have the professor in the house here tonight dealing for our monster stack.
You guys put the hoods up there and it's
3,000.
And back to the action, because I'm still trying to catch my breath from that one. But King Queen here for the Soul Crusher, blinds at 500, 1,000, and 500, and he's going to raise it up to 3,000. A suited ace this time for the professor, and he needs 2,000 to complete. He is down to 10 big blinds, and he does make the call. And here comes the flop. And, oh boy, aces and a 9. Check, check, free card. A brick there. Check. And I believe he's making it 3,000 here. A smooth call here from the professor. 17.5 in the pot. And now a full house with the aces and 9s. And he shows after check, check. And now gets his pot back up to 22,000. Everybody here starting tonight with 40,000 in front of them.
So
Yeah, what's the difference?
I don't have a 100% answer on what just happened. I went out there. Adam is not here right now.
Okay.
But I was talking with Johnny, and he believes that he did fold aces. That was not a.
He didn't even go play his
I
chips.
just
He
don't.
just kept shooting dice.
Yeah, I almost
He
want
left
to.
the bet on the table.
I got Adam's phone.
Break was over.
Hold on. I'm going to call Adam in here real quick. You might hear me in the background talk to. We got to go think outside the box. I want to get verification if that was a misread or not, because that was one of the top 3 biggest hands of the night so far. Okay, I'm going to call him. Take off my little phone right here. Vic, take the wheel for a second.
Yes. Yep. And boy, what a hand coming up here now. The Wizard raises it to 5,000 with pocket 10. Second time he's had pocket 10s here, and an all in here from Garrett with Ace Jack. And there's a call from the Wizard. So here is Garrett's tournament life at stake. The $1,100 sit and go. Will he be the first one to go out?
Yeah.
He's thinking about it.
He's graduating everybody today.
10s versus Ace Jack. And no help there for Garrett. And now some more outs here. And that's not one of them. And Garrett will be the first one to go out here tonight.
No, you said you didn't want a bubble.
No, you made one.
The first one. Oh, right.
Always a pleasure when Garrett's in the house.
We'll keep you posted. Good playing, man.
Good playing, Garrett.
No, he should have to get dinner ready.
There goes the over-under on him being first out.
And now the Wizard up over his original starting stack. As I mentioned, everybody starting with 40,000. Mike still the chip leader. He has been the chip leader for quite some time. Miles at 60K, the Colonel 55. And Dom's coming back on the headset after being on the phone with Adam to get a clarification.
Okay, by the way, I want to say Soul Crusher, always a pleasure, and a big hand for Wizard. I was still watching it next to him. So what was going on through Adam's mind in on that, he said, one, Miles has something in the factory. It was aces that I folded.
Okay, yes.
But he said he thought, what did he have to make that move? And he was thinking pocket 9s or bottom set because he was blocking ace-jack with aces in his hand.
Oh.
So that was his thought process.
Okay.
And Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I haven't told him. Yeah, he wasn't bluffing. I mean, he just didn't have as good of a hand as you. He had the ace jack, which you thought you were blocking. But yeah, Adam went through all the hand combinations that he put miles on, and he just didn't feel like the aces were good right there, and he made the fold. So that was a correct hand that we saw just moments ago from the professor.
Yeah, we continue to see get one heck of a reaction to that.
I want to make it up because I like
And the wizard marching back, though, I see, with some chips on a good run. So yeah, we're trying everything we can to get the intel.
Yeah,
from the sources. We got our phone. It's almost like Adam Scheffler on ESPN when you're watching the NFL shows, and he has GMs calling in with trades and whatnot. So here we go. We got a queen on the turn now, and that also puts up a third club. So MGM Bob not only has a gut shot straight draw on top pair, but now he has the only flush draw in sight and currently the best hand. That does give Brian Padden an up and down straight draw.
Nick started this all out with the pocket sevens. And he gets out of the way. The moose for Mike, and he lays it down. So there's MGM Bob taking a pot down and now getting back closer to his original starting stack.
I'll be there once at
I gotta admit, I don't mind Buddha's idea, but I think that's a little bit heavy on the payout on the message board, the difference between first and third place. I think if you look at that, that's a wide margin between first and third. I think maybe 5 and then 15 for third. You're still playing pretty good if you make it in the top 3. We know when the blinds get big, sometimes that dictates it. But here comes the wizard.
This week?
With a queen 8 suited in clubs.
Going to make a smooth call here of 1,000.
Yeah, I haven't seen many smooth calls. Saw Brian Patton do it with 6s earlier on.
Aces against Bodai double.
But yeah, we've had some big hands. The wizard taking out Soul Crusher. Had the Miles just put on a huge bluff on the professor.
There was a lot of big hands last night. A straight flush and a bomb.
Like I said, it is a marathon though, not a race. And we said it on the live stream Thursday, Vic. I'd rather make a bad fold than a bad call because you still have chips. So good point. Still live, and we got heads up action. 11.6K in the pot. And we have a 5-4-6 board, couple of spades.
Oh, Mike hits an open ender here with his ace-3.
Yeah, definitely something you can fire at. See if you can take down now.
And he might be able to take this down right now. I have never pegged the wizard for being a chaser of a gut shot. And he does let that go. Mike back up again over 80,000. He's our chip leader here right now. We're rebroadcasting this after taping it 2 weeks ago. Dom and I seeing it for the first time, as you all are. And we thank you all very much for joining us tonight. Yeah. Our next live stream will be back to business on Tuesday with a 5-5-10. The Rumble at the Reserve on Tuesday nights. That'll be a 5-hour live stream.
Vic, my predictions aren't going too well. I thought the Soul Crusher, and I have Adam right now is my prediction, and so Adam needs to tune it up for me. I also said Tarantula Nick, obviously former champion. This is a loaded cast, like I said.
Oh yeah,
I could see anyone winning this one.
You can see the cards, it's so easy.
And Mr. Flynn's doing what Mr. Flynn does, accumulating chips. He's almost like the easy pick, though, to take in the top 3. I kind of want to go outside the box. Well-respected poker player in the Toledo community.
The way that hand went down, though,
It's hard to talk himself out of something.
and then Blake's saying, "Oh, I know, I knew he had me." I don't believe that.
57K in front of him.
Yeah, you're good.
He's just a player that doesn't give away his chips, man. If he gets up around 100K in chips, watch out.
That's what Blake said.
It's so amazing with this dynamic, Vic. It's not like a big field tournament, so just one double up is such a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Like if you can get up to 80K, you just have a humongous advantage in a sit and go, a 10-man sit and go like this.
So there is a break here. What we don't know is if the Wizard had edited this to get the breaks out. It doesn't look like it is. I think we're going to have a little bit of just a few minutes
Probably
here to
10-minute
stretch our
break.
legs, at the most 10 minutes. And
I'm assuming it's
Do
gonna
not
be
go
10
anywhere
minutes.
because
Yeah,
we're gonna continue on here with poker action with our $1,100 sit.
Yeah. Yeah. Stay tuned. We're gonna go stretch our legs. Be back. Thanks again, guys. And when we come back, we will be raffling off that bowling shirt. If you want to give a donation on YouTube, hit that money sign next to the chat. When we come back, we will add that to it. Like I said, 100% goes to charity for the veterans.
Well, it'd be 10,009 ways. So
It'd be 1,000 maybe. But his volume was what? So 1,000, so.
So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
11,000.
So 1,100. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it'd be a little over, like 11, 12.
Dan Adams said he'd got the.
11.
11,009 wins.
Let's see. Boy, he would be so pissed.
Oh, my
God.
God.
He'd be so pissed.
So we get $1,111 each, yeah?
Pay my gas back and forth.
We should make a fake ending for the stream.
Oh, yeah.
Then we all just
God.
stand up and shake hands and be like, good job.
I'd be like, just
All right, guys. Looks like we're just going to be a minute or two away. Just want to say a thanks to Mr. Bob, MGM Bob in the house, the $10 donation for the shirt. I want to take this
No, the
moment
caption
before
would
the
be,
action starts.
they
And
must
once
have
again,
really
just
hated this
reiterate,
guy.
it is 8:23 right now till 9 o'clock. We're going to be reminding. Just we had a great response on this on Thursday. We raised over $100.
I texted Gary.
Actually, between the donations, between the two, the coffee we delivered, and a couple other things, I believe we raised over $300-400 for the prize pool for the
Oh
veterans.
yeah, I'll put the high
So if
end.
we could even hit a,
Yeah, we'll chop all that
100
up, too.
today, that would be great, guys.
only seems fair,
Like I said, we've had Buddha and MGM Bob just now with a $10 donation. Vic, if you can write that one down for the drawing. Every $5 you donate, you will get a ticket for the shirt. We'll auction this off. This was signed by Concrete Dave, folks. Poker Nostalgia. We will have the Dr. Boring one on Tuesday, also raffling off. Once again, 100% of these donations that we get on YouTube are going to the Veterans Prize Pool, which will be July 13th. If you are a veteran or an active duty member, all you have to do is show up with your ID to basically clarify that you served or you are serving. And we want to have a day just to say thank you. Have this one on us. Relax, play some poker, play for a prize pool, and we will be live streaming that event for year number 2, which we will also be working with Taps in a fundraiser again. So I'm looking forward to that.
Back to the action now. The blinds are 600, 1,200, and 600 in the ante. And we've got a call. We've got a. What did I miss here? Oh, we got a raise here from
Tarantula Nick opened it up for 2.5K with 10-9 suited. Mike called with Ace Queen. Now MGM Bob. The doors open with Ace 10 suited. Miles now with 7s coming along, and the Wizard with 4s. I definitely think he's priced in Vic. So now looks like we have 5 players going to the flop. 17.9, almost half of a starting stack in there, Vic. Before we see anything.
Yes. 5-handed. You know how much I love this. Here it comes.
Yeah, we got an 8-Jack-5 board, couple of clubs, Vic. Open ender for Nick, who's the initial raiser. And right now, nobody has a really strong hand.
Miles is in the lead here with the pocket 7s. But they check it around. Free card.
And now the 6 hits. That gives Miles an open-ended straight draw with his 7s. They're the best made hand right now. Wizard also picks up a gut shot with his 4s. But yeah, Miles is going to see where he's at for 6K. Curious to see what Nick does here for only 6,000. You could a lot of times maybe think you're ruling out the flush draw with that bet. At the same time, someone could easily do a semi-bluff there with the flush draw. Maybe they have a pair to go along with it. That's probably what he's determining in his mind right now. He's going to let it go. Mike with Ace Queen, who has been, it's quite clear that it's the hand to avoid so far tonight, Vic. Ace Queen.
Right.
I mean, the players don't know it. They can't see what everyone has in their hand. But, man, from watching it as a spectator.
And Miles now becomes the chip leader after that hand.
The problem is it's an
You had mentioned once he gets deep, he could get dangerous.
He just doesn't give his chips away. It makes it really hard. And it almost puts him at a lot. Like I said, if he gets up to 100K, it's almost a lock he's in the money in the top 3. Nothing's a lock in poker. But I'm just saying out of the players here. And Mike's very much like Miles, too. I don't think Mike's just going to be giving his chips away willy-nilly. The fact that he got up to 80K early, he's still at around 72, 71 right now.
early to act here for Mike with the queen jack of spades.
Oh, did he? I didn't even know.
And he's going to raise this up almost a 3x. Make it 3,300. And here comes Donkey. Brian Patton with pocket deuces.
You might want to look at like
Yeah, folds are on the table right now, Vic. I'm not seeing any hands that really want to contend. Wizard in the small blind with 8-7 suited. That was about the best hand that we saw, and I still like the fold from the Wizard.
University of Michigan, whatever. We're in their internship program.
It's good to see him at the felt.
2,100 for Carmen to complete here. But he's going to get out of the way. Heads up action.
Yeah, 13.8 in the middle right now.
But they have to know about poker. That's
And we have a king 4-4 board.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think of that.
Continuation bet here from Mike.
Glen's son actually wanted to do it, and he came in.
And that's
And all that, but
going to get him the pot. And now he's going to be the chip leader.
Yeah, that was whoever
Again?
bet first. I think if Mike would have checked that, Vic, I wouldn't be surprised if the deuces would have bet
Yeah.
to see where they're at. So good job for Mike using his table image, leading out right there, not giving the keys to the car to Brian. He took advantage of his table image, the initial aggression that he had early in the hand, and he takes down the pot.
That didn't go to college. They were hiring kids that just played.
Got 4 players here. We're down to 9 players, started with 10, and we got 4 players down below their starting stack of 40,000.
But again, those kids don't.
And Mike under the gun now, pocket sixes. Mike does this kind of wave of run good.
Yeah. And I like that. He plays his rushes, and he gets a little bit more aggressive when he starts getting a rush of cards. Because, like I said, with his table image, it goes well. But like you just said, he goes in waves. Then he'll get card dead. But that's what we were talking about with him and Miles. He doesn't just bleed off his stack.
Right.
Calling all the time. He'd much rather raise.
MGM Bob's going to raise this up now to 3K with the Nemesis.
Yeah.
Wizard, King 4 out of the way. Dolly Parton for Carmen. No thanks. Tarantula Nick. No thank you. And now Mike's going to complete. And we're going to go heads up now. Sixes against the Nemesis, King Jack. And here comes the flop. Mike's going to be first to act.
Oh, and a set right on the flop for Mike.
Wow.
Checks it over.
And a gut shot here for Bob. There's a smooth call.
See, this is the second time Mike's had a huge hand with a flush draw out there, and he's smooth called. But like I said, with the aces against jacks, that was the hand that he played fast.
Right.
But there's a lot more out there here. But right now he's just going to get a gut shot, so still a heavy favorite.
And a quick bet and a quick fold. And now inching closely to 100,000.
Yeah.
Increasing his lead as the chip leader.
Nice hand, Mike. He's almost the first one to hit 100K mark. Just 3,700 away. The Flynn Mafia has to be loving life right now. I know he's got a lot of supporters in here. I know I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for all these guys, but I would not be sad if I see Mike win this one. Well deserving. All these players definitely have gotten to know how much they want this one. A little bit of bragging rights, a nice payout. Also, the Wizard doesn't get an opportunity to really play on the live stream when you're the owner, so he's competitive too, folks. Trust me.
Brian Patton, early position, Queen 10 of diamonds. He's going to raise it up to 3,600, and it is now Brian Patton again.
Mike getting some pairs now.
Wow.
Pocket fives.
You win 3 hands in a row, it's officially a heater.
Yeah, keep playing it, buddy. 3 players to the flop. Does Mike's heater continue right now? Does he hit another set back to back?
3 players.
And he does. Oh man,
goodness.
Mike is in Flago right now. Mr.
Wow.
Flynn, settle down. The Wizard now, dangerous flop on a jack.
Very dangerous.
6-5 board with a flush and straight draw. He's
And he
going to lead
bets-
out.
Yeah, bets 10K.
He's trying to take this down now. And yeah, I understand the raise here now. A lot out there. The Wizard cannot be liking that. A check. That re-pops him. Wizard with 23K back. This would be an all-in or nothing. Yeah, Mike get max value out of this either way with that check. Nice play. If someone had a jack, you almost have to bet this flop.
With no traffic, half of my business. During the week though, it's.
Check out inventory. Yeah, tough situation here. This is when you're glad you're commentating and not playing, Vic.
I grew up sure. Yeah, I'm 13 and out. You know, my daughter was 14 and running.
It's a tough call to make when you really don't have a redraw, and he does. He does. He pushes all in, and a quick call there from Mike.
Yeah,
and like bad news here for the Wizard.
Yeah, he's going to need runner.
Going to need runner. He's just 2% here.
Hoping for a 10 or a jack or a 5 on the turn to give him some life.
You need some help there, Jim.
All I need is running cards.
The Wizards.
Here's the Wizard.
Tournament life here at stake. Nicky, great job getting the board all set up for us. The pot's right, and here comes the turn.
A jack or 10 for a sweat at least.
And we got a 9, and that's all she wrote.
That's it.
So Wizard, pleasure, buddy.
Close to a straight.
Tough table. Really tough table. You saw the Wizard take out the first opponent, and he's the second. I wish you could have that one back right there, but tough situation. And Mike, nice check right there.
And now 142,000. Double the next person behind him, Miles, with 70,000.
And inside right now, Mike has to be loving life thinking. And trust me, he's a very detail-oriented player. He's probably scoped out the table. It's a good feeling when you're the chip leader. And no one has over half your stack. So even if you have a cooler situation or just an oopsie situation, you still have half your stack left, and you'd still be in second place.
Yeah.
Possibly first place if it's not Miles. Anyone but Miles, he'll still be in first place. Just a dangerous player with a lot of ammo.
These are expensive.
I'm definitely, if I'm Patton or Professor right now, I'm glad at least he's ahead of me at the table.
Ace Jack for the Colonel, and he's going to raise this up, make it 4,000.
Yeah, Colonel, talk about comebacks, by the way. Colonel. Back in the mix.
Yeah. Busted the boss.
You know, as it weird as it sounds, if you're in second and third place, you don't mind that double up. Give first place some money. Let me move up in the rankings. You know by the time we get to the final 3, the structure is going to change, and it probably won't be as wide of a gap in chips. When I'm playing a short-handed sit-and-go like this, Vic, I would rather have Mike get the chips. I just want to get to the top 5 right now and get in the money rankings because, like I said, when you get in the money, first, second, and third won't have as big of a gap with the blinds as big. So that's good for the rest of the table. Just kind of go in the tiers. Make the final 5. Get in a spot where you can play for the money and go from there.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see here with Mike. Now he's on the button, and he is the chip leader. And is he going to exercise deep stack kind of poker? If people just limp in, will he punish with maybe just a marginal hand because he can? Or you just continue to let these smaller stacks battle it out?
45.
I don't mind with the 10-handed format. He's at such a big advantage right now. I would just literally just play your cards. But I would definitely, if you have maybe like a pocket 7s, I'd try to play a little bit more aggressive now. You can get it in a flipping situation and you don't even care for an all-in if he's got ace-king, ace-queen.
Yep.
As long as you're not going into a bigger pair.
And speak of aggression, now Carmen, king 5 of clubs, and he raises it up to 4,500. That's almost a 4x bet. MGM Bob needs 3,300 to call. He's down to 17. Going to do an inventory here real quick with pocket 4s.
Also, just a reminder, if you want that poker bowling shirt, that's going for charity.
And
here
there's
it is.
the shove, all in with the pocket fours.
And picked the right time for
He
it.
did pick the right time for this. This is a tough spot here for Carmen.
If he knew what situation he's in, though, he'd probably snap call this. And he's got 2 suited cards. He's got 2 overs. He's not in horrible shape.
What are you talking about, sir?
He's still got 1,200 behind.
They shoved over the line.
No, he said 20,500.
I thought, I just miscounted.
Oh, I thought he shoved it and then
No,
said that.
no, I counted it first.
You didn't want to
Couple,
go
3
in.
times.
You counted the right, you just forgot your line, or the one you'd already called with.
Oh,
Yeah, you just forgot to
what
add
about
one.
there?
We haven't seen a really loose call yet. This would be the first one, but he, like I said, if he does make this call, he's going to be like, whoa,
What kind of move?
You guys
feel a little
can't
bit better about my hand. But yeah, he lets it
There's
go.
no Hollywood there, baby. There's no
Everyone's
fucking
been playing
Hollywood.
really solid at
There
this
ain't no
time.
fucking Hollywood.
Really
All
solid.
right?
I had 2 overs.
We saw the lineup. We knew that you were going to pretty much have to earn every single chip
Two hours.
that you get.
No Hollywood.
So there's a much needed
Quite sure, but I figured
pot
once I took a look at
for
it,
MGM Bob.
I could get him up.
Well, I can't say I'll honor that next time.
I feel like Trenchel Nick's just lying in the weeds. He hasn't gotten a rush of cards yet. Just kind
You
of
said Hollywood, I knew I
waiting
had you.
his time. Like I said, he's got a fresh haircut, sunglasses on.
Oh,
Something
man,
didn't
what kind of
smell
move I
right.
made?
That didn't smell right.
Might have even splashed a little bit of that brute clone.
They had a monster there.
Never know. Ballin'.
You gotta keep your cards down. I saw one of your cards just now. Okay.
Colonel now, 9-8 offsuit. Gets out of the way. Miles, ace 5.
Nick being patient. In the cutoff. There's an ace for Mike, but he lets it go. And there's our first walk of the night.
Thought I saw a king.
MGM Bob does it with the Doyle.
That's why I didn't announce it.
Gotta give a shout out to the Doyle.
At 7-8.
And if you're just joining us, this is the $1,100 sit and go that was taped 2 weeks ago. And everything was kept under lock and key. We don't know the result here. Dom and I are seeing this for the very first time without any real intel. Everybody sat down with 40,000 in chips. We've lost 2 of the 10 players so far. First place is going to be $7,500. Second place, $2,500. Our next live stream will be live with a 15-minute delay, of course, on Tuesday night, which will be our 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em Tuesday night Rumble at the Reserve. Carmen now, King Queen, blinds at 600, 1,200, and 600, and he is going to raise this up.
Did you get him?
And a raise to 3,500.
No.
Boom, shakalaka.
No. You're good.
Okay.
Mhm.
Tell me what they are.
Mike battling with the sensors. You saw him trying to move it around.
Yeah, but it's
So
a
the
mystery
effort was
hand
there.
right now, and he lets it go.
It's like it was nothing to look at, guys. Don't worry.
No, you already had cards in your pocket.
I mean, now we could, since it's over, Mike, if you're watching the spoiler, what did you have on the Battle of the Censor? That's what it was called, the Battle of the Censor right there.
If he could remember, I'd be very impressed.
He's a detail-oriented guy when it comes to poker. I wouldn't put it past him.
So Carmen, this time the aggression pays off, and he's back to his starting stack of 40,000.
Want to know what they are?
We've got a tournament going on that started at 3 o'clock today in the main room.
Your 10K guarantee.
Did you look up at the prize pool? No, I forgot to. We'll get that information for everybody. Dom and I love to share information.
Trenchel Nick, Queen 4. Mike now with the Nemesis.
I really want to play.
You are playing.
We had so many conversations about this hand. I just look at that smart player right there playing pot control with the Nemesis. Mike, you're playing first place poker right now.
4s again here for MGM Bob, and he's going to come along.
Oh, Trenchel Nick's on the message board. Says 3,500 up top in the 10K, Vic. Saved us some info.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. That's a nice first place.
So we got 4 players now going to the flop. Thank you, Tarantula Nick, by the way. It's working right now. Nick, I was commenting on the fresh fade you got for the live stream. Appreciate it, buddy. We got a Jack 7-8 board, couple of clubs, and the Nemesis flopping top pair, but there's a lot of work to be done. Miles, mid pair with the gut shot.
200.
Same with Colonel, with a different gut shot with mid pair.
Get there eventually.
Colonel bets out. 2,200 Miles. Quick fold.
5,000.
And a call here from Mike. No, a raise to 5,000. Excuse me.
This is get some information now and see where I'm at, raise. I don't mind that price tag for Colonel to make a call and sweat another card with this type of hand. Ooh, yeah, I thought that was cheap enough. There was enough money in that pot, Colonel. You definitely were behind, but that was definitely a hand that plus
And
top
Mike
pair
now
with.
close to 150,000.
Yeah, blinds are right now at 1,200. That was only like 2,800 more, just over 2 bigs. Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Mr. Flynn, Mike Flynn, right there.
Yeah, he says he doesn't remember what his mystery hand was, and like I said, I was going to be very surprised if he did.
By the way, a win for the Nemesis right there. I forgot one loss also, but it's 2-2 right now. There's 4 total.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So Nemesis holding its own right now. Oh, Nick had family pictures in the morning
Of this.
So
Yeah.
he was rocking the Brute clone. For sure. For sure. I said he's got a fresh fade, glasses, Brute clone.
Professor now. Ace-10 of hearts.
I don't think the point was for you guys to be here all night.
No, the playability gets really tough.
He's going to raise it up.
2,800.
Looks like 2,800, and that's what it is. Now the Colonel with a couple of diamonds on the button. Lets it go. Miles, King 9. Carmen, 5-4 offsuit. We've seen him with a pretty wide range and some aggression, but out of position there. Tough to make that call, particularly against the Professor, who's not been playing many hands at all.
1375.
That's a bluff, Nick. He says it's Gucci something clone. Rocking the old classic, the Brute. There's nothing wrong with it. Be proud. Be proud. Anyway, there's the chip counts right there.
Yep, Brian Patton now below 10 big blinds. Professor with just about 20 big blinds.
Like I said, I mentioned it earlier in the live stream. Like Tarantula Nick, even though he's tuning in right now, I went over it. It just seems like he's waiting for his rush of cards. But he's still in the middle of the pack right now. If he doubles up, he'll be right around second, third place. Staying patient. Mr. Patton right now, and there's the all-in. Oh, with Ace Queen, it's been running back. I like this push. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah,
but
absolutely,
it's just been treating people horrible. And now here's a situation: Tarantula Nick's been card dead, and he picks up Ace-10 suited,
and he just needs 8,200 here to make the call.
This is one of those times you're gonna say, am I too thirsty for a pot?
Yep.
But it is Patton. Everyone knows he has a wide range, and this is why he gets paid off sometimes. Not to say he would win for sure. It's not a horrible price for Nick. There's 18.6 in the middle, 8.2 the call. And Vic, it's suited. It just makes it harder to let it go when it's pretty like that.
Yeah, it does.
If it was offsuit, I think he would have already kicked it in. But when you see it suited in hearts, there's just a little bit more nostalgia there. Oh, he's got the hand on the opposite shoulder. Deep thinking mode. That seems to be the new trend in poker. Put your hand on your opposite shoulder when you're thinking. Seeing that on pretty much every stream. Multiple players doing that.
I get it close enough to know whether I want, how I want to act, but I don't get the exact number.
And he makes the call. So this could be Brian Patton's $1,100 sit and go. Life at stake.
Well, the one good thing is Nick has for him is Brian Patton's been known to complain about getting 3-outed in a tournament, so he has that run good for him, being an underdog right now. Heads up action. Ace Queen versus Ace 10. We saw 6. Oh, there's a queen and an ace. Top 2 pair. Need a runner. And there's a 9, and that's going to get the check mark. Patton going to double up, and he's back alive.
He's back alive. He is staying alive here.
26.8. Man, one more double up, and he'll be over 50K, back in the saddle. Every single all-in hand is so critical. It gets magnified when you have like a 10-person sit and go. The swings of where you're at. The ultimate roller coaster. And I like these chip count updates. Thank you so much because of those swings. And look at the pack starting to get separated. The bottom 4 are all under 30K. That's wild.
That is separation.
And then you got Mike way up there.
Way up there.
Donkey now. How many handles does he have?
Well,
tonight?
he's got
Is this
2
his third
tonight,
one?
and they keep switching back and forth.
Fair enough. I've never seen this before. He's got like VIP service. He gets multiple handles, different hands.
Bob,
Guess we get a
8-6, and he's thinking about this. Nope, lets it go.
Don't.
The Colonel, Queen Jack, in the hijack. He's going to make the call. The blinds have just gone up. They're now 800, 1600 with an $800 ante.
Miles coming along with 10-7 suited. The 3-6 Mafia getting a look up.
Suited, and he's going to make the call.
And everyone's priced in now. Does Tarantula Nick squeeze here?
Well, more
We haven't seen
importantly,
a squeeze yet.
more importantly, does the chip leader make a move here, and he checks it?
Yeah, a little surprised. You don't have those opportunities often with the limps without Tarantula Nick. If you're card dead sometimes, a squeeze isn't bad. And we have a queen, deuce, deuce board.
Check.
The Colonel
with 2 pair.
hits the best of this.
6,000.
Well, graphics got a little skewed here for a moment. Let's see if they correct themselves.
Remember, I was in this hand first.
Okay.
So the Colonel
Right,
taking
takes
one
that.
down there.
Nice hand.
I know.
I want to thank everybody for joining us here tonight. Not our usual Saturday night, something we haven't tried before. Our $1,100 sit and go, which was taped 2 weeks ago. And we're down to 8 players, having started with 10.
1,500. $4,000 now.
Professor with the queen 6 of hearts. Yeah, and Beefy, we just realized that it does look like it's zoomed in. We're getting a hold of the wizard right now. About that?
So do you know if they're gonna put you on the screen as your name this time, Bob?
And MGM Bob now
Can't do
rocking the
bowling
shades.
shirts today, 'cause
Almost
you
trying to
don't have a bowling
combat
shirt.
Tarantula Nick.
Tablecloth.
Interesting strategy. Cheers to you too, sir.
I like it. Is that all right?
Hope you're having a good night. Thanks for joining us. Also, if you're new to the live stream, please hit that subscribe button. We're less than 50, around 50 subscribers away from the 4K mark. That thumbs up goes a long way too. Try to get us up to 50 soon if you don't mind, if you're tuning in for this live stream. Colonel now.
16.
8 deuce suited in clubs. Carmen. Trenchel Nick. And now the professor with ace 10 said we just haven't seen a major squeeze yet. This might be the time for him with 19-9 behind. Some dead money out there. Curious to see what he does here. Gets out of the way. Trenchel Nick gets out of the way too. So Mike, the raise takes down all the dead money.
Yep, flexing his muscle there with his being the chip leader.
Yeah. Very nice.
In that case, I double wish I wouldn't have.
That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you did, because.
Do you notice MGM's new shades?
All right, everybody down.
I did.
Mixing it up. A
Yeah.
little bit of a tone setter there for him, hopefully.
I had king 4, what do you want? Can I at least have a 1 over? Yes. Well, no.
Got a dealer change coming in. Blinds at $1,800, $1,600, $800 ante. Danielson at the helm.
You had an under and an under.
Mike in a commanding lead with the chip count of 155,000. Everybody starting with a $40,000 starting stack.
What you're saying is I
That
wouldn't
was
have got away
redundant,
with
sorry.
that.
No, that's why I said I double.
Carmen, who's been pretty aggressive, he's back to a starting stack of 40,000. He's got 8-7 of spades.
Top 55.
Yes, sir.
And he's going to raise it up here. Min click, 3,200.
Looks like 10-7 for Mike. Gets rid of it. Brian Pat now. 10-5.
I can't even put one more big blind in there. I don't know.
MGM with a 6-4. And Carson's going to take it down. Nice hand.
Carmen.
What did I say, Carson?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, we had a Carson the other night.
Yes.
Young Carson.
Young Carson. Played good. Big bluff.
Yeah, he did.
Jack 10. Bluffed off a set. Moxie's.
Yeah.
Deep run in a tournament. He came into a 1-3 game that plays like a 2-5 game. Played very well. MGM, did you tell him to get the live stream up on the big TV there? Tell him you're on it. He's got a lot of stroke over there.
Yeah.
At MGM. It's in his name.
Ace-9 of diamonds this time for Carmen. And he's going to raise it again. Make it 3,700.
I like the way he plays, Vic.
Professor, Jack 10.
Yeah, Miles, we definitely got to set something up.
He's just above 10 big blinds here. An ace for MGM Bob in the small blind. Needs 2,900 to complete.
Reluctant fold from MGM with the ace-4, now king-8 for the Colonel.
2 hands in a row here for Carmen, where his aggression early to act pays off. And even if you're just taking down the small and the big blind and the ante at this level, it's pretty important.
I personally don't care, but my son wants to go.
MGM Bob, you're on the message board right now. Can you answer live too? What was with this? Were the sunglasses just a tone setter switch up? Right now, you felt like you needed to get a little edge, or was it all because of Tarantula Nick and you wanted to combat the sunglass versus sunglass matchup from Tarantula Nick in seat 1? Curious about that change. There's psychology in poker, folks. Don't underestimate it.
Oh, a mystery hand again here for Mike. But he lets it go. Professor, Queen 10.
Hey, don't forget about this. We're actually disrespecting the Professor's sunglasses, too. MGM Bob's got sunglasses to compete with everywhere. Patton with the suited Queen 9 of diamonds. Looks like he's going to bump it up slightly.
Right now.
I'm on.
All in.
MGM looks like he's got the all-in. Yeah, the plunge.
Good luck, guys.
2 low stacks, let's go.
And Patton's going to call with the Queen 9 suited.
King.
Yeah, that
Big hand alert, folks.
best I can do.
King Queen versus Queen 9. Huge advantage for MGM right here. They really get back in the mix of things.
Why do I not feel confident?
I'm sorry, Ace Jack.
I'm just gonna be
Oh,
honest.
This is Queen 9. I'm not.
Now I know we're
listening,
getting
right?
some misreads here.
Okay, so we got King Queen versus Ace Jack. Ace Jack still in the lead. And yeah, MGM with the double up. He's back, folks. Back in the saddle, sunglasses on. The Sicilian assassin coming in hot.
No, we don't have to hear about that.
Ready to rock and roll.
You got to come up with a new line.
Little timer reflection here now for Brian Patton. He is going to be our short stack.
We know you do.
Better pay attention to this little stack over here.
I know you do. Jim did say you're the most dangerous. I don't know if that was the exact word you used, but.
Going around the table now. Patton coming in for 16.
32. Fold. Call.
He makes the call. We got a
All in.
Make a shot.
all-in situation here. Not sure what the flop is.
Oh, wow. 3,000.
I ain't won one of these lately, but it's your favorite. Yeah, as lucky as you are this time. Runner diamonds. There it is. Come on, man.
Order now. There we go.
Call them like I see them. Just glad you didn't do that last guy. I was hoping.
You just gotta whine a little bit, that's all.
Brian Patton with the double up there. Sorry about that technical error, guys. The graphics will be catching those up shortly.
You gave it the old college try.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You had to not like the snap call, but you still walked it.
No, I like the snap call. That's what I did. You know he's gonna get there.
Yeah.
You know that.
Back to the next hand.
Everybody is.
Aces now, once again for Mike.
This is danger. Chip leader with aces.
Under the gun, he is the chip leader.
Glad he's leading out.
6,200. Bob.
Oh wow,
Oh, wow.
Colonel with kings.
All in.
Yeah, man.
All in now.
Man, I'll tell you what. Mike Flynn better get Colonel a fruit basket after this. Pocket aces twice, and Colonel's gotten jacks and kings against pocket. That's just a run bad right there. Oh, Colonel's going to need some help here.
Any different either way.
Unbelievable bad luck stretch against the same player, though. You got to be thinking, you know, you look at kings. Oh, he doesn't have aces again. No, not 2 times.
Yeah, and if this holds up for Mike, this I think will take him up over 200,000.
You got that going for you.
Can I change my pick?
And then that becomes half of the total chips on the board because we started with 40,000 apiece, 10 players, 400,000 in play. Colonel doing the stand-up move, getting on his feet. Oh boy, yep.
That's all she wrote.
Pair the board. High hand.
And
Not even a diamond could save him there.
Yeah, you know, I didn't think there's nothing you can do. It's just one of those days it wasn't going to. Yeah, I wouldn't even be frustrated. That was just. You get jacks and kings and you run against aces against the same player. So he was in 8th place. I don't think he played bad at all. I think he just didn't run good. That's it. If I'm going to lose, I'd just rather not run good like that.
Yeah.
You know your play was fine. If you play that way certain times. But Mike, congratulations though on the flip side. On a heater at the right time, getting aces, also getting paid off twice, is by far the chip leader right now.
Well, he's got half the chips in play. He's got 200,000 in front of him, and there's only 400,000 chips in play. So my goodness, great position to be in.
Only king 4 and I didn't have any overs, then you could have had kings, I guess. So you hit 1 under and I was playing it. It's like, oh, okay.
Nick making the call here. We're going to have Battle of the Blinds.
My top card was better than your top card. My second card was better than your second card.
Gotcha.
That's what
That's what you're saying.
what I was trying to say.
Okay.
And we have a 10, 8, 3 board, couple of diamonds, all diamonds.
I'll understand it.
And a check from Nick.
I had to figure out a way.
Continuation bet here, or a bet from Mike, and he's going to take that down. Take it down 2 big blinds and an ante, increasing in his lead.
It's lonely down here. You're dropping like flies around me.
I didn't even see you were here.
I've got to take the glasses off. Too dark, man.
Yeah, DFG, that hand was not finger looking good for the Colonel, but like you said, Mike's a class act. I agree. There's certain times you just got to tip your head off and say, nice hand,
Can we
sir.
chop the last one or the
Hold
last,
on, let's play
the high
this
hand
game,
too?
right, please.
Oh,
I'm pumped for Mike right now. He's got, I mean, inside, he's got to be flying high. Pocket jacks now for MGM Bob. Tell you what, since he put on the sunglasses, Vic, it's kind of changed his juju a little bit.
Yeah, raising it up to 7,000.
Tarantula Nick looking down at the hand. Debating. Yes, no, maybe so. Let's go.
Caught me a spider for a minute, if you know what I mean.
If I didn't have a cramp in my leg,
Yeah. If you didn't have a cramp in your leg, you'd be sending that stack over here.
I didn't tell
That's what you'd be doing. That's what you'd be doing. Stand up and get that cramp out.
Going on the table now.
Yeah,
New
Colonel,
hand.
I kept track the fourth time tonight. Somebody has aces, of course, 2 of the times. They were in.
See, that was kind of like
Mike's
a medium
hand.
spoiler. Like you know, it was medium.
Well, we may not be done seeing aces.
I know, but you know, it kind of gave it away when I saw that the Kings aren't going to win with the earlier comment. It was a semi-spoiler, Colonel. Got to deduct 1 point from you there.
No. Jim's back there. We're good now? No. Alright, you're good.
We're poker players. We have reads. Professor now. Or I'm sorry, on Mike. Let's it go, Professor with ace 10.
He's got 14.9. All in.
And there's the all-in plunge.
All in.
Tournament life at stake over the Mr. Patton.
Oh, we got 15.9, I'm sorry.
He does a quick inventory here. We're not sure what he's got, but if he does make this call, we're gonna find out shortly.
Yeah, it's old school poker session right now.
That's right.
And yeah, oh, so another man, rapid fire. We're seeing action like crazy.
Ace 10 versus.
Not what you want to see.
No.
Looks like ace jack, ace queen for Mr. Patton.
I didn't
See it shortly on the camera view.
14.6.
So the professor has a little bit of a refund, not much, just under 5K. Jack 10 versus ace 10. So the professor in great shape. I just looked at that. I thought it was about ace jack. So it's opposite. Queen, deuce, queen. And now the jack hits.
Oh my.
And the queen hits a full house for Mr. Patton. The run good.
And he
Staying
did have,
alive.
and Adam did have him covered.
No.
So he still has a small stack in front of him.
You know, I'm getting a sense the small stacks, Vic. We might go from, we were at 8 players just moments ago. We might go 8 to 4 pretty quick.
Yeah.
And like I'm talking the next half an hour. Won't be shocked, especially with the blinds getting a little bit higher. Then the play might settle down a little bit as, you know, all 4 players, a little bit deeper stacks can weather the storm. Yeah, players need to make moves right now. They want to try to get that top 3.
Yeah, I see you. I just learned something.
Carmen. Trench Nick lets it go in the cutoff. Over the mic with the king 8. So now over to the blinds. I'm sorry, on the button. Take that back. And Pat with the king and small.
Hang on a
Just a
second.
smooth call.
Check.
And GM checks. Heads up action. 5, ace 3, couple of diamonds.
Check.
Check, check. Free card.
3,000. Got 2 pairs, just a deuce.
Just a deuce. Told him I'd let him steal. Let that go. Make him feel good about himself. That's how you do it. You gotta let him feel good. Yeah, every once in a while.
You know, I'm the master of
Yeah.
that.
Make him
GM.
feel good. That way, you know.
You're
Some
using my
momentum.
shit again.
Climbing the chip leader.
That's good.
Board.
when I say that, eh?
Slowly but surely.
Stuff's good. If I hear people
Ever
using
since
it,
he
I
put the
must be good.
sunglasses on.
I've been using it for years. Yes.
No, I don't mind making a guy feel good.
New hand, Carmen first act with the 7-6
You
offsuit.
didn't have nothing.
No, I didn't.
Okay, that wasn't on
But
a steal.
I
I'm
had a
betting the
king.
top hand.
I had a king. What'd you think? You had a jack, right?
I didn't think you had a.
You alright? Low away.
Nick stretching the legs. Professor 5 deuce. No, thank you.
Oh, geez, you went this time, though.
Fold. Oh,
Shit. That's
An all in, and now an all in, and a call here.
Ace jack.
Ace jack versus, is that ace queen?
How many times?
You know what?
Or is it ace jack?
It's one of the. I agree. It's not. I don't think it's a king. I think it's either a jack or a queen.
Well,
I
we
think
need
you're
another
right
jack,
out of there.
Daniel. Pull it out your ass.
Ace king. I take that back. It is the king.
Brian Patton's tournament life at stake here.
Man, we're seeing
Miles
action.
does have him covered.
Hand after hand, action after action. And we got a 6, 7, 8 board. Couple of hearts. There's the ace.
Yep.
So he's drawing dead.
Drawn dead now.
And Miles picking up a nice pot.
Miles.
Always a pleasure, buddy.
Yeah, Miles now going to 80,000. Our chip leaders remain Mike and Miles. Mike, though, I think still over 200,000.
And I think MGM has cemented himself with a little bit of run good, even though it's not a huge lead. But he's in third place right now. Paying the top three, correct?
No, it's top two.
Top
It's
two.
7,500 for first place and 2,500 for second place.
Cutthroat.
Cutthroat indeed.
But maybe Buddha's payouts weren't that bad.
Yeah, Isaiah 7,500 for first place and 2,500 for second. Professor now is going to push all in with Queen 9, and to your point, Dom, we could see this field trim down pretty quickly here.
Oh, yeah, and the more players that get out when you're low stack,
You want to cancel?
the more you're forced to go all in. You're in the blinds more often. Oh, and Miles picking up jacks. Isn't it a beautiful thing when you have the low stack shove where you're not risking all your chips, but you get a rush of cards? So you're almost a little stress-free. It's not going to put a huge dent in you if you get unlucky, but you're definitely the favorite. So Miles, heavy favorite here with jacks against Queen 9. To the flop now, there's a King 10, 5. Just needs to hold against a jack or a queen, basically. The ace takes that one away.
And the jacks hold up.
Back-to-back hands.
Just
Knockouts.
like that.
Miles takes out 2 players.
Just like that, we are down to 5 players.
Man, he's dangerous when he gets a lot of chips.
Yeah, DFG, the graphics are a little messed up here. We're trying to commentate through that. This was pre-recorded 2 Sundays ago, or 2 weeks ago tomorrow. And so seeing if we can get that addressed. And we'll do our best here. Queen deuce for Mike. 207,000, 400,000 in play. Mike with half the chips in play.
How much are you playing?
Yeah, DFG, if they didn't do the VPIPs during this, then they were not going to be available for tonight's rebroadcast.
14-9. Ooh, a little more than I thought.
DFG wants his money back.
You didn't look at it? Yeah, I looked all right. Yeah, you didn't look.
And again, another all-in situation. King 8
You want to buy some insurance?
versus Deuce 4. And I believe, yes, this is Nick's tournament life at stake with the King 8. And now 8 outs here for Carmen. And that's not one of them. And so Nick sits back down.
Hey, sit back down, Tarantula. Nick, you're in there. Big hand for him. Little smile. So maybe it's the opposite. He put the shades up and doubled up. So maybe MGM Bob's messing with it right now. MGM, yeah, throw them back on, bro. Those have been working for you. Yeah, Nick, maybe with putting them up. Sometimes you like a little switch. It's mental. Feel a little bit different. Might bet a little bit different.
Would be a joke if you get everybody shaking.
There they are.
I think you're the only honest.
The Ric Flair of the reserve poker room, folks. Limousine riding, jet flying, wheeling dealing, son of a gun, right there. MGM Bob. Woo! They always say the quote of Ric Flair: to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Yeah.
And buddy, MGM Bob is the man.
And now an all-in here on the button from Carmen.
Played it like I had done it.
Nick lays it down, no thanks. So he's going to take down the blinds here. And the button moves over to Nick.
With
his stack depth. It's really
Started tonight with 10 players, $1,100 buy-in,
And I think
$40,000 starting stack, $400,000 in play. Our next live stream is going to be Tuesday night, right back to the Rumble at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. 5-5-10, no limit hold'em cash game. It's a $500 to $2,000 buy-in with a match the stack. Last week we saw at one point 43,000 on the table. It was a big game. Mike now in the small blind with ace jack offsuit. And he's going to raise it up, make it 7,000.
Over the MGM.
MGM lays it down, and the button moves.
Yeah, and right now, if you're paying 2 spots, if you're not Miles and you're not Mike, you got to be thinking, I just need a challenge.
Yeah.
One of these other 2 guys, try to double up through them, and then hopefully take a nice bite size out of one of the 2 chip leaders to get back in this. Trenchel, Nick, Queen 6, that won't do it. Mike now looking down on the button. Folds over the MGM. Miles going to see a flop here. So 2 players going to the flop, heads up. And we have a King 10 Queen board.
2,000.
Miles bets.
Quick
MGM
fold.
Takes it down with a quick fold. And Miles bringing in more chips. Tarantula Nick now first to look at down at 6-4 suit offsuit. Throws them up. Queen 6 for Mike. Nothing to get too excited about.
75.
And we got a raise now from MGM. He bumps it up to 7,500. Carmen, Queen 7 suited in the big blind. It looks like he's look at the defend here. Going through his inventory. Game faces on. Oh, he's going to shove. Snap call by MGM.
27-7.
Ace 3 here
27-7.
for Bob.
For his Queen 7 of diamonds. All in situation. And if MGM Bob takes us down, he's going to get close to the other 2. He's been slowly but surely chipping up. Regardless of what happens, this is bad news for Nick, honestly, because you want to be the first one out of the, if you're outside the top 2, the double up. And we got a jack,
2 diamonds,
ace, jack board, yeah, flush draw. Now a straight draw to go along with it. What a sweat to the river in the
wow.
flush hits for Carmen.
Man.
Oh, that one hurts.
And Bob, I believe with some choice words for Daniel there.
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy. There's the updated chip count. Mike at 207, Miles at 91. And then, like I said, there's a big dip, but after that, Carmen. And if MGM Bob would have held, you can see it right there. He would have been right below Miles, back in the thick of things. But that's the love-hate relationship of Texas Hold'em.
Yes, it is.
Tarantula Nick
Wasn't like
down.
I didn't know you were going either. Wasn't like I didn't fucking know.
The last of the reserve
Did I
playing right
I
now.
got it in
AJ
there
Bob
before
with
you
ace nine
fucking crossed
shows.
the line. I know you're trying to steal
Can I get a
something.
count?
Now king queen suited for Carmen. These two players tangoing.
23-9. All in.
And he's all in.
He's going to isolate. Quick fold there from Nick.
Yeah, I like that shove. You're not risking all your chips.
Again,
And
you're
now
right.
this looks like it's going to be Bob's tournament life at stake.
Oh, man,
Oh
you
my
just,
gosh.
go ahead, do it the same way.
Now
Same way,
Carmen's in
run
the
a
driver's
flush.
seat where he could
Not
get
the
close to
ace
Miles.
of spades,
Yeah,
not
ace
the
nine
No,
versus
I mean,
king
that's
queen
what
of
he likes to
spades.
do. He likes
No,
to
I
really do
don't.
it fucking
Come on,
good.
come on, man.
Here
And we got a
All right.
oh, what a flop. 7, 6, 8. Now a 4 of clubs.
Nice hand.
And the 10, the ace 9 holds.
Damn, dude.
Bob getting there. Well, actually, just holding. I believe he got a straight on the river. And it's almost like that movie, that old movie, Trading Places. They just did that in the last 5 minutes. Now Bob's pretty much back to where he was. Carmen's back to where he was after they had an all-in situation.
It's a teeter-totter back and forth.
Oh, we're seeing action. That stop.
You gotta put
And
it
the sit though. Yeah, there's MGM Bob,
Expect.
53.6.
Yeah, lucky it is.
Definitely firmly in third place.
Say it's my lucky hand.
Oh.
That's not what I said.
I thought you said you had good,
Nine,
really
six
good
offsuit.
success with that hand. That means it's your lucky hand.
It's not my lucky hand. Okay? My lucky hand is a.
So that's 2 times we've seen a player have a chance to get close to Miles.
Sorry for your luck.
The lower stack is
That's the only way I ever lose.
took it down that hand. Kept the other 3 players kind of in a limbo, trying to get in that top 2.
Why'd I have to pick up that fucking. Sorry for the French.
There's a walk.
There you go, Bob. No, there you go.
Only the second one, I believe, that we've seen tonight.
Don't have to get upset.
These players came to play, and we've got a dealer change. And just a reminder that we've got a big tournament coming up a week from today. It's 40K in a day, starting at noon. That is a $300 buy-in,
Very angry.
and we have one more satellite this Thursday. That's a $40 satellite. So $40 could get you a $300 voucher for a week from today, the Memorial Day weekend tournament, 40K in a day.
Tasty.
And then we've just announced that we've got a mega bounty tournament coming up.
Yeah, that mega bounty is going to be a big one. $240 buy-in, 100K guaranteed prize pool. Thursday, Friday, Saturday is going to be our day ones.
Miles now pocket nines.
75.
Going to raise it up. Might not get any action here. Let's see. MGM Bob. 8-4 of diamonds. And he needs 5,000 to complete, but he lets it go.
Yep. Even those hands right now are big ones when you're taking those from the lower stacks. Right now, Mike and Miles won't hesitate to obviously win a hand off each other, but every time those two even take so much of the blinds and the antes from the 3 competing for the top 2 spots, that's a win for either one.
So, Colonel, yes, on June 20th through the 23rd, we've got a $240 buy-in, $100,000 prize pool guarantee mega bounty.
Now you know, right? What are you gonna do? Sit here and blind out?
Just posted that today on YouTube, on Facebook. Don't have it quite up on the website, but I'm sure it'll be up there probably by tonight or tomorrow. Put that on your calendar.
Excuse me, I should have never called you.
Try to crack you
I
with
should have
that.
never called
I'm
you.
ready,
That's a
I'm ready
juicy
to try to crack you with them fucking rags.
I said a week from today, too. We got our 40K in a day Memorial Day tournament.
I'm trying to chip up, okay? All right?
We have one final satellite this Thursday.
You
Definitely get in here for some max value opportunity.
thought I could move you on this.
So, Colonel, those $500 bounties begin on day 2.
You know, it doesn't.
That justifies a
There are
clean
6
7 push.
qualifying flights,
Dude, you don't have to.
6 day ones,
2 on Thursday, 2 on Friday, and 2 on Saturday.
You got cut me
11 a.m. and 6 p.m.
There's a $1,000 double bag bonus.
We're gonna do it again right here.
Jesus, criminy, you're really angry, aren't you?
No, not
We're
at
gonna,
all.
we're gonna nickname you
Not
Angry
at
Bob
all.
now. Angry Bob.
5,500.
Angry Bob.
No, you know better than that.
Well,
It's just
then
bad
settle
play,
down.
bad
This is
play.
poker.
Bad against me, so.
60?
55.
55.
Yep.
Our first time really getting a look at Carmen, and he has an interesting game, Dom. I mean,
He's not tight.
he's not tight.
I want to watch him on a Thursday live stream when we have our No Net Thursday, honestly, because he plays a wide range. And look at him here, 4-3 suited and diamonds. 2 diamonds come on the board.
And he pushes all in.
21 to 8. I'm sorry. 20. What we got? 26.
21?
26, 27. 26,
26, 8.
8.
That's what that was. That's 65. Did you tell him?
GM Bob with a tough decision here. He is ahead currently. And Carmen takes it down. Nice hand.
I'm not gonna
Those
talk
guys
about
are passing chips back and forth to each other.
They're dancing for sure.
Yeah.
5 players left. There's the standings. You can see them.
Really loose call, brother. Just so you know. I know you'll be at my table at the MSPT, so, you know, I might have to take it out on you. Right now, you got chips, so you can talk a lot of smack. Go ahead, do your thing. Do your thing, do your thing.
You have the same hand.
You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see it.
Why do you gotta say?
Box swinging the cards around. Mike first to act, looking down at King 5 offsuit.
Bullshit, you wanna start some bullshit.
So the fold. Now the nemesis for MGM.
Saw a nemesis quite a bit in the first hour and a half. Haven't seen it lately. And, he's going to push all in with it. And our graphics now are
Kneel that.
back to where we need them to be.
Oh, man.
We've got some first.
Traction. Nick takes it down, or folds the 7-5. Back over to MGM Bob, and he profits 4.9K. I said it's amazing how we start off with 40,000 stacks, and just taking down the blinds and antes, you're getting 5,000, the eighth of the starting stack.
Yeah.
When you only have 10 stacks in play. It's just it's a whole different ball game playing a sit go than a normal tournament.
Well, you're tempted to make the comparison to being a final table, but the difference is everybody's sitting down at this table with the exact same stack, unlike a final table of a big tournament where, you know, you've got some really low stacks starting out with against some really big stacks.
It's like Skittles taste the rainbow.
Yeah.
If I had one more double, I'm not now. I mean, I got.
Carmen now with ace-7, and given his aggression that we've seen from him tonight in position on the button, he's certainly probably not going to be calling the 2,500 here. Probably going to see a raise, and there it is. And he does raise it up to 8,500. Nick in the small blind, and Mike in the big blind with Jack Deuce needs 6,000. And he lets it go. And Carmen now back to his original starting stack of 40,000 plus a little bit of change.
I'm waiting for the comment. I'm waiting for the comment. I want to hear the
You
comment.
just can tell that they've been going back and forth. We're going to see, I think we're going to see a TKO anytime now. The action has been great in the last half an hour. And it's just the low stack survivor time right now. The law of physics, they balance out. Miles, let's go. Carmen now, Queen 4. Tarantula Nick finally waking up with the hand, especially 5-handed.
Yeah, there's an all-in now. Nick, just around 19,000.
He won't mind a walk right here.
No, and it looks like he just might get a walk here.
Yeah, if he takes this down, then, if he pushes again soon, he could get up to that 50K mark, become a player again.
And sure enough, takes it down.
And he shows.
And he shows.
A little surprised about that. Maybe just want to say, hey, no funny business. Right now, when you're playing for the cheddar, though, I like the mystery. Ace Jack now for Carmen. Tarantula Nick with aces right behind him. Big hand alert. This one can get, oof.
1,200, 2,500 with a $1,200 ante. Question is, where is Carmen going to take this to? And he takes it
To Carmen San Diego.
to 12,500.
Oh. I had to one time during the live stream. I had to.
I'm incorrect. It's 8,500. I thought I saw two purples there. Nick now, and he's going to push all in. No thank you from Mike, and a no thank you from MGM Bob with the King 5. And Miles asking for a count because he's got pocket queens.
A big hand alert here. This might save Carmen. What a huge hand. What a huge development.
If he makes this call, the pot's going to be up over 100,000. Up over 110,000.
I mean, this is beautiful for Nick. If he can double up through Miles, you take down the second place person. You keep one guy in the game if he makes his fold. You're either going to most likely triple up, or you're going to still stay an extra player while you're low stack trying to catch up where you're not in the blinds every other hand.
Small pair. Get to see it. Mind if I take it?
Yeah, he's replaying. He's like, this just doesn't. I agree. Two all ins.
Yeah.
Ace Jack just does not feel good to me. And he lets it go. Nice fold.
Yeah. So here we go. Aces versus queens. Miles has Nick covered, but Nick is in a substantial lead. We did see an ace get in the muck there.
Yeah, there's no way five-handed I'm folding ladies. I think if I was Miles, I would most definitely think I'm in the lead. And we have a 3, 4, 9 board, couple of spades, 6 on the turn, and an 8. And Tarantula Nick doubles up.
Nick, wow.
Up to 54. And that just opens up the whole game now.
Yes, it does.
Take it up. Take it off the second place.
You can breathe now.
Current player in the standings, and there it is. Look at that, Nick, just less than 8,000 away from second place. We're paying the top 2.
It just felt like a bad beat story waiting.
And now, really, that whole outlook. If he takes out another player, now you can start creeping up on Mike. Even if he adds another 40K to his stack, 30K to his stack, he gets over that 100K mark. So Tarantula Nick, a little bit of juju, a little bit of run good.
Nope. Aces coming into play for the 6th time tonight.
Raise it up. 5,000.
Blinds at 1,200, 2,500. And so just a min click here from Bob.
Well, yeah, you got to try to get chips, and you got to run a little good. I like this min click.
Yes, I do too.
If you get sucked out with a weird 2 pair, it just wasn't your night. I think Carmen is definitely validated for calling a min click, especially with the ante in there with Jack 8. Hoping that he's got ace king, ace queen maybe. And we got a couple of 7s with a deuce, a couple of clubs. Just going to check.
Oh, a check, free card. Here comes the queen of spades.
Man, he is playing this hand nice.
I said I'm not checking.
maybe. Somewhere right in there.
And he bets out. 5,000, quick fold.
I loved how MGM slow played those aces though. There's a certain time.
Without the glasses.
Yeah, without the glasses. I'm a little surprised about that, but like I said, you can't be one of those players that's always afraid of aces. What hand are you going to wait for to try to accumulate some chips? You got max value out of Jack High right there. At least with the min click, got a little bit more in pre-flop. Well done, sir. I mean, you always have that person, you know, sometimes on the message board, oh, you only min click, that's why you lost. Well, you just didn't run good that day. I mean, then what do you want to get into? Shoving in a 60-40? You know, getting called all in pre-flop?
So we got a graph going here of Mike running good and then getting card dead and then running good and then getting card dead.
Yeah.
How close are we to another run good here for Mike Flynn? In the meantime, Carmen's going to push all in with the 8-5 of diamonds in the small blind and a quick fold here from Nick with the 7-5 offsuit.
Out of position, turning it into position. Nick.
Yes.
I like the other night, Enright asked the guy for a count, and he had the nuts.
Nick has to realize that. Going forward, maybe he'll get a little key. He hasn't been doing it often, but he really needs to
He dug it in, man.
notice. I always say, notice how your small blind plays you, and use it to your advantage later on.
Then he started laughing.
But I think Carmen set that up good. He hasn't been overly aggressive in a small blind, and he got a steal right there.
Yeah.
So kudos to him for working that in.
I dealt that.
Huh? You remember?
Yeah, it was against one dealer. I can't remember his name. Peach or...
Pete.
Now he's got 9-7 of diamonds and he's in position.
Yeah, it was...
Pete said, so why are you asking me how much?
2,500 to make the call.
I still don't know if it was on purpose, you know. if there was
And
any
kind of
balance
as
to it.
expected with his MO, he is going to make the raise here and make it 7,500.
Yeah, he had the 8 of hearts. So.
Oh.
It was like king
Now,
four.
Mike, there's the ace-queen. What did I say?
Ask and you shall receive.
When is the run good going to start again? Could it be on this hand? He needs 5,000 to make the call, and he's reaching for raising chips, and he's going to put 15,000 on top. Three bet to 22,500. 15,000 to call. Nice job putting the pressure on there from the big blind and the big stack. $400,000 in chips in play in total. And Mike now well over half of that. 216,000.
12 and 25, is that what it is?
Yeah,
Did I do it right?
yeah, you posted the big picture.
Oh.
I like what I'm seeing from all these players. No one's doing anything crazy. Some players are taking advantage of being a little card dead, playing position. Others are just waiting their time. Carmen now with the ace-5. Tranchel and Nick behind him with Jack-10. Yeah, a lot of times you like to be the initial raiser with Jack-10, not calling with Jack-10. Nice fold. And I think Carmen's going to take this. I mean, Carmen's fighting. All in for 24K.
He is scrapping here.
Trying to get it going.
No, I'm saying with my hand. I'm saying with my hand.
These big bets. Not for a time, but that time at 10-3, I got nothing. I think about
I had
it.
jack that.
Give me that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm
Under the gun for Carmen. He's been aggressive, but he's not going to get aggressive with 7-3. 10-9 of hearts, but in the muck for Nick.
Yeah, a little surprised maybe in the cutoff you make a move right there.
Yeah.
Actually, if I were him, I would have thought I had maybe 72.
Right, right.
Only had 10.
And there's a raise from Bob. 7,200 and a nice timing for that raise.
Well, all the folds went around the table and opportunity was knocking on the door. MGM Bob took advantage of it. And look at that. Look how it's gotten close for second place right now. 50, 53, and 61 and change for all three players. Got a battle on hand.
So, yes, Kiwi, right now we are seeing the cards back to normal again. We're not sure what happened with the zoom in or zoom out. And maybe you do need to do a restart. But on our end, it seems to have been corrected. We're looking at it on TV here in front of us as well as my iPad. And
Yeah,
those
everything's
things
good.
are back to normal. So maybe you want to just sign out and sign back in and see if that helps. If anybody else is in the same situation. Miles now with ace-8, and he's going to raise it up in the small blind. And now we've got a theme going here with the small blind putting pressure on the big blind, particularly when we've got folds all the way around. And each time it's paid off so far. Well, I take that back, except when Mike had the ace-queen against Carmen, and that was a button push of a raise, not a small blind raise.
Talk about the ultimate chess game. Five, 3 now for Carmen. So you get Froggy again in the small blind. He's probably seen that Tranchelnik has not played any hands other than premiums, and he's taken note of that.
Marge, they are fixed on our end. If you still can't see it, maybe you want to log out and go back in again. But right now, in the 2 devices that we're looking at it, 3 devices, the 2 devices.
Mine's good.
Blinds are up, guys. 1,500 and 3,000.
Really, just went up, it seems like.
Every 20 minutes.
Yeah, should be good now. Brian says it's good on his end. Colonel says he's looking good there.
In 19 minutes.
Well, how much are you gonna get?
Updated chip count
You got,
down to 5-handed after starting this at 10-handed.
it's a big number. 3,000.
Under the gun, MGM Bob. Now up to 50,000. Blinds are at 1,500, 3,000, and 1,500. And another walk.
Yeah.
What did it go up to?
15 and 3.
Carmen now, Jack Deuce. Tranchelnik looking down at a suited queen on the button.
Small blind for Mike with the king 9.
Yeah, this is definitely a raisable hand. Blind versus blind, 5-handed.
75.
MGM Bob also a playable hand here. 9-7 suited in diamonds. You can go either way with this though. All right, looks like we got heads up action now. 16.5K in the pot. Blind versus blind. Down to the final 5 of this $1,100 buy and sit and go. And we get an ace, jack, 8 board, MGM Bob with the flush draw in the gut shot straight. We might see a shove here. Yep.
Raise. All in.
There it goes. All in.
And a fold from Mike.
Nice play by MGM.
MGM and a nice pot.
Shows it too.
Yeah, now he's at 65,000.
A lot of gator blood at this table, Vic.
Did he run?
The players are playing. Carmen now.
Raise 6,000.
MGM Bob, 5-3, goes in the muck. Tarantula Nick raised it up mouse. And there was 7-5. And we got a 8 deuce king board. Miles checks over the Nick. Just gonna throw in a casual quick fold. That does it. Nick takes down the pot. Nice hand, Nick. Now he's up to 57K. Man, the money area is anyone's game right now. And if one player gets a full double up, they're back at, you know, in striking distance for first place. Mike, though, still far in the lead right now. Has to feel comfortable. Tarantula Nick now looking down at an ace-6. Mike right behind him with ace-deuce, playing five-handed, 2 players with aces. It's out of the way. And deuce folds. Miles now with the trucker's hand, 10-4.
Oh boy, and a walk.
Oh, Carmen's like, really? Are you kidding me right now?
Right.
On my big blind, we're playing five-handed. I pick up pocket tens. I'm willing to dance. Nobody?
Yeah, Carmen now down to 10 big blinds.
And if Carmen is watching this too, and he sees 2 aces go in the muck, where he only had to dodge 2 overs, like, come on. No one's gonna play aggressive.
Then he goes all in.
Yeah, I'm not calling.
Then I get up.
Oh, MGM Bob with big slick suited.
You
Not
can't
coaching,
be
I'm
queen
criticizing.
Premium
There's a
hands in the
difference.
final
I'm
5
not
right now.
coaching, I'm criticizing. There's a
Bobby,
difference.
when you can't be queen 7, you can't tell people how to play.
Let's see if he has the dancing partner.
Raise.
I just saw like a poke.
A poke.
From Miles.
A poke from Miles.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Someone needs a hug? Someone needs a hug.
Bob's going to raise this up to 11,000. Fold from Carmen, and now over to Nick with just a weak ace, so he lets it go.
Oh, nice fold by Nick.
And Bob shows him an ace. You show me an ace, I'll show you an ace. And he does show the other card, which is a king. And if you're just joining us, it looks like we picked up some more viewers. This is a $1,100 sit and go that was actually filmed 2 weeks ago on Sunday. And we are seeing it now for the first time. Everybody bought in. There were 10 players bought in for $1,100 apiece. First place is going to be $7,500. Second place, $2,500. We have now narrowed the field down to 5 players.
Slowly chip up, now you can damage somebody.
And we're going to go till we can crown a champion.
Don't ask me what I was doing.
The story of the night has been Mike Flynn dominating here with now half of the chips in play in front of him. Bob again, second hand in a row, going to raise up, this time with Queen Jack. And Mike now waking up with pocket jacks. Needs 4,000 to call. In the big blind. You going to guess the amount?
Yeah, I'd put him to the test right now. He's got, what, 63 in front of him? I like that play with the jacks. Just because of where you're at with the chip stacks, that's still a win right now. Profit almost 9K, but hopefully he's got a better hand. 5-handed jacks. I'm rolling with that, trying to get their stacks in. I like that race. And that's the old saying, Vic, sometimes you don't need to get greedy. Yeah, I think Mike wants to get a TKO also right now. Get this down to the final 4. I can't imagine these other players, how hard they've grinded back and forth, Vic.
Yeah.
And now really, I mean, to get in the heads-up matchup right now, obviously Mike's a favorite, but it's wide open for the 2 spot at the moment. really, everyone's kind of grouped together.
Now Queen 10 for Mike in the small blind.
11-5.
For second place at the moment.
And he raises to 11-5. Now he's utilizing that big stack. King 8 for MGM Bob, and he's going to make the call. So we've got 24,000 and change in there.
Two very experienced poker players. Look at that.
Oh,
Top two pair
my
for
goodness.
MGM.
What a flop for Bob. Check, check. Here's a free
Oh,
card.
now a 10. Great card for MGM Bob.
10,000.
All in.
Raise. All in.
10,000. And an all-in here from Bob.
40K the call for Mike. Tough spot. He's reaching. Seeing what it'll look like. Inventory check.
Now, does he put Bob on a flush draw?
And he makes the call.
He makes the call.
You got it.
Yeah, he's
One-
going to need a 10 and a 10 only.
Yeah, one out here for Mike. And this is going to shift things considerably
Yeah.
if Bob's two pair can hold up.
This is going to make it anyone's game. One card still to go, though.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I mean, I realize it's just one out, but my goodness, the shift that's going to happen.
Yeah. And MGM now is literally came from behind, is now in second place, and he's just 23K behind the chip lead.
Yeah.
Where at the blind levels, that's not a lot. So there it is. Two players in the lead. But now, if you're Miles and Nick, you're thinking, oh, if I double up, I'm right there with them.
Right.
So now that has really made this anyone's game. Carmen's been fighting too, back and forth. Sometimes you see, you know, the bottom player two go all in and he gets two callers because he's low stack, so possibly a little triple up action.
3,000.
Who knows what we're going to see on this one?
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Small blind for Bob. He's got King 7.
I call.
Blinds at 15, 3,000 and 1,500 on the ante.
Miles, 9 deuce.
Spin you, Miles? All right, buddy.
Looks like he's going to see a free one. Just checks.
3,000.
There's a check, or no, a bet from Bob and a call from Miles.
Check.
Check.
Bob's still in the lead by virtue of his king.
Check.
And they're going to go check, check to a free card. 8 outs for Miles. And that's not one of them. And if Bob checks here, will Miles
5,000.
put a bet out? And he does. 5,000. Will it be enough to get Bob off of this? There's a lot out there, Bob. Can't blame you for folding.
Barely beat a buck. Go ahead, Miles.
Rough it was.
So I
Miles bringing in the chips.
Yeah, Mike, I had kind of thought perhaps you were putting him on a flush draw.
Miles is just staying calm, cool, and collective.
Twice you've done that,
Riding out the storm.
that we know about.
Waiting for another hand to pounce. Got coolers, really. You know, queens versus aces, 5-handed, so Nothing you can do there. Tarantula Nick now with the Nemesis suited.
3,000 again. 6,500. Raise to 6,500. Hold.
Looks like he's going to raise it up. 6.5.
Hold.
MGM with the same exact hand, just in a different suit. Now Carmen in the big blind.
Hold.
Gets out of the way.
He does get out of the way.
And you, huh?
Yeah.
Advantage always goes to initial raiser, so Nick does have a slight advantage. He'll be first to act. Wow.
Oh, boy.
MGM Bob can free roll right here. What a flop for MGM Bob.
All in. So all in.
6,000 from Nick.
And
And an all-in here from Bob.
oof.
There's no talking heads up in a tournament.
Yeah, Nick is not happy about that move. Especially playing five-handed, it's hard to let this hand go. If you're MGM Bob, you're great now. You either take it down now, and you don't have to hit your flush, and you get a profit no matter what, or your free roll for all the chips, possibly knock out a player with the flush draw. Just in a great spot for MGM. It's a win-win.
Yeah, it really is. If he knew what Nick had, he would have done the same thing.
Oh, absolutely. If you don't have to go through the flush draw and you could take it down that whole pot without chopping right now, there's a pre-flop raise. He let out for 6K more. You got a nice profit there. Definitely understand why Nick is taking his time right now. This is a big situation. It's a brewing.
And we want to just,
Nitty
oh,
Oh, good no.
thought we had a moment there. Nope. And let's see if, and he does. Bob shows.
At the same time, but not diamond.
There you go.
So glad I didn't.
So that's a
And
win
the-
and a loss.
Yeah,
Same
and the
hand.
gap closes even further. 11,000 now between Mike and MGM Bob.
Yeah.
Miles getting clear, still hanging in there with
Yeah.
60,000.
Oh, yeah. If he doubles up once, he'll be right in the 120s, one hand away. He's an experienced tournament player, too. I know we see him play cash all the time on our live stream.
Yeah.
He plays a lot of tournaments. He knows-
Here's a suited ace for MGM Bob now in the cutoff. Ace-3 of diamonds. And he's on a run good. Why not? I mean,
and you got, poker, you love feeling momentum.
he's got two short stacks behind him. And speaking of the short stack, Carmen lets it go. He's down to just 8 big blinds. And MGM Bob takes down the blinds on that hand. And he may have just edged out to take the chip lead here. Not quite, but he's within 5,000 of Mike.
What a seesaw battle. What a seesaw battle. I think if I'm Mike, though, I'm still happy with where I'm at right now. If you told me I would be in the final 5 with a 5K chip lead and it'd be me and one other gentleman that has a significant advantage with 5 players to go, I'll take that.
Queen 10 plays a lot bigger when you're just 5-handed. He's going to raise this up to 7,000.
Tarantula Nick with the Nemesis, Mike with ace-9 suited and hearts. All these hands in one spot. And no one's sharing. Everyone's live. Ace-9, King-Jack, Queen-10.
Now 4,000 to make the call in the big blind. Ace-9 of hearts, and he does make the call, so we're going to see a flop here, heads up. Mike's going to be first to act, and here it comes from Danielson.
We got a Queen 8-7 board. Good job folding the Nemesis. Tarantula Nick. See there?
Yeah,
Saved him some cash.
there'd be nothing there for Nick to hang his hat on.
$7,000.
Continuation bet, 7,000 from Miles, and a quick call there from Mike. And the ace comes for Mike, and now Miles has 5 outs, and he's behind, and a free card, and it's a brick.
Check. 5,000.
Miles bets 5,000, and a quick call from Mike, and Mike is going to take this down.
That's a little bit of run good right there.
There's
Mike.
some run good there.
Definitely.
Now he's 25,000 ahead of the second in chip count, which is MGM Bob. And just to clarify real quick, we were going to do the drawing tonight. We're actually going to hold that over, so Tuesday night, Buddha and MGM Bob, you will have credit, $20 for Buddha and $10 for MGM Bob. We're going to have that drawing Tuesday night for the poker-themed bowling shirts that were worn here on Thursday night. They are autographed. The first one we're going to do on Tuesday will be Concrete Dave's, and the other one will be Dr. Boring's.
Good luck, man.
We're looking to raise as much as we can between now and July 13th for our Salute to Service. And now we've got Carmen going all in. Ace-8, his remaining 23,000. Mike's going to make the call with King-Queen. Bit of a coin toss here. And here comes the flop. Oh, my. 2 pair.
There it is.
And
oh, no, an ace. That 4 gave him life.
Wow.
That 4 did give us sweat.
Little sweat there.
Carmen, excellent job, though. Pleasure watching you play cards. We'll hope that we see more of Carmen in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So hopefully he'll be back. It's nice getting to know him on here. And we are down to 4 players now. There's the updated chip counts. It looks like we're on a color up right now, a 10-minute break. So myself and Vic are going to take this opportunity to just stretch our legs a little bit, and we'll be back.
We've been sequestered, so we don't know if they're taking the full 10-minute break here or
We'll keep
just
an
a
eye
few
on the
minutes.
screen
We'll
out
keep
there,
an eye
though.
on it. We'll be back in time.
I'm assuming
Please
with
don't go
restroom
anywhere.
capabilities and smoke breaks and everything, it's 10 minutes. So I'm just a betting man. I'm going to put my money on 10 minutes. But yeah, thanks, guys. We'll be back shortly.
We lost that hand, but.
I think I got most of them done for you.
Okay, we are back. Final 4 players of our $1,100 sit and go, filmed a couple weeks ago. And the blinds now at $2,000, $4,000 with a $2,000 ante. Actions on Nick with King 9 of diamonds. He's going to push it all in here.
Good luck to Tarantula Nick.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see that 2 players have aces for him. I will say that. MGM, ace 3 suited. Over the miles, lets it go. We're going to have a call from Mike, who doesn't need a hit. He just needs a hold. Tarantula Nick, though, in good shape, though, too. This classic race here. King 9 suited in diamonds versus ace 5 for his tournament life. 82K in the middle. Tarantula Nick gets this. He will be back. We have a queen 3 board. King or a 9 for Nick. Is it going to hold for Mike? And it does. Mike takes it down. Nick, good run, though, for the cards he got today. I think he played exceptionally well. Made it. He needed to get a little run good right there. Didn't happen, but Nick, well played, sir. Always a pleasure having you on here, brother.
And then there were 3.
Yeah, I thought he did the best. He really never had like a 20-minute span where we're like, oh, Nick's on fire. You know, he had a couple of hands here or there.
Right.
And he got the most out of them, but he never really had like a – we saw MGM have a little spurt. We saw Miles have a little spurt. And we saw Mike have a big spurt in the beginning. All these players had about a 20-minute, half-an-hour run where you saw the rise. And Nick, unfortunately, didn't get that today. That's just how poker is. But this is a battle. Now, look at this battle. MGM, Miles, and Mr. Flynn duking it out. Yeah, and if you're Mike, you're 3-handed, 10-9 suited on the big, blind versus blind. Yeah, he just calls.
Yeah, he asked for a count but didn't wait for the count. He's like, all right, I'm taking the opportunity here to knock out another player, see if we can get this to heads up.
Man, back-to-back hands. We've had an all-in and a call. Queen 10 versus 10. 9 suited. Miles in great position here, the double up. Mike has a chance, though, to get this heads up if he can get there. And he's been playing good, and he's been running a little good today, too. A nice mixture. And we got a deuce, queen board, a 4, and now a jack. And Miles is going to double up 45K up to 88K. Now for Miles with the run good. There's the updated chip counts for the players.
Michelle Flynn rooting on Big Papa.
Miles now with a little bit of new life.
First
88K.
act on the button. He's got 9-6. Lets it go. Mike in the small blind.
Yeah, if he doubles up, he'll be around 160 in chips right now.
Jack 10 here for MGM Bob. That's a pretty strong hand, 3-handed. He's reaching for raising chips. He bumps it up another 5K and a quick call here from Mike.
And we have a 8-3 king board top pair for Mike. He lets some rope out, a casual 5, a smooth call. Mike slow playing now. Gut shot does hit for MGM Bob.
Mike checks it again. Oh, boy.
Oh, actually, if Mike doesn't bet this, this is going to be a quick check from MGM Bob because of the showdown value.
Yeah.
And I don't blame Mike. A lot of times you're not getting called with anything. I mean, that was literally the best case scenario on the river. But a lot of times if you're getting called, you're beat there with King 6. So
Yeah.
playing that safe. Playing a little pot control because right now you have a big chip lead. You don't really want to tango with King 6 is your hand that you're looking to take a big chunk out of someone. So well played by Mike there. I know it's 3-handed. He had top pair. That run out was a little suspect. Now, Mike, easy decision.
Mike kind of fumbled his cards there, so they get shown to the other two players. MGM Bob, small blind, ace-7.
Yeah, you got to raise this up.
Doing a little jaw on here. Raises it up and takes it down.
Yeah, he verbalized raise, and it was a quick snap fold for Miles, saying, hey, we have blinds going on right now. I want to get as many hands in possible before they go up. I don't blame him. He's in double up mode. He's looking in the next 5-10 minutes to take a big chunk out of either player. He won't discriminate. Either one will do.
Miles, suited jack, jack-7 of clubs, ace-10 now for Mike. It's his option, and he's going to raise it up. Doing what a chip leader is supposed to do. Takes down another hand. And we got a dealer change coming in. Be sure to join us on Tuesday night for our next live stream. It's our Rumble at the Reserve here in Toledo, Ohio. 5-5-10, no limit hold'em cash game. That is a $500 to $2,000 buy-in with a match the stack. A lot of money on the table this past Tuesday night. That'll be a 5-hour live stream. Miles on the button, jack-7 of diamonds. Mike, 8-6. MGM Bob. Got ace-king. Reaches for chips, and Mike.
That's enough.
Mike folds it.
That's the second time he's raised and he's gotten snap folds.
Yeah.
The power of MGM Bob.
So I'm gonna interpret what Bob is saying. He's telling young Patrick, you're supposed to distribute the cards a little more evenly so that when I've got ace king and I make a raise, I get a call.
Hey, it's half empty or half full. You could always get called with like jack 10 and not hit an ace or a king and a jack or 10 hit.
So Devin, this was 10 players when we started. This was a $1,100 sit and go. Everybody starting with a $40,000 stack. We are now down to 3 players. First place, $7,500. Second place, $2,500.
Really going to see in the next 10 minutes who's going to take the aggression level up. Obviously, MGM Bob's had some nice hands, and he's been the leader so far since he came back from the break. Curious to see if that continues or if there's going to be a little bit of a pushback.
There's another walk.
Walk it out. Mike, MGM, Bob, and Miles. And our final 3. 3 definitely deserving players. Multiple times having good runs on this live stream that we've witnessed. Mike now 6-4 suited.
There's an ace for Bob in the small blind.
A little surprised he's showing his ace right now like that, easily letting it go. And all in looks like a call. Yeah, okay.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Miles
I didn't either. Miles goes all in with the jack 10
that makes sense why he showed.
Yep. MGM did call on the small blind. Miles pushes all in. And Bob decides to make the call. So now we've got Miles's tournament life at stake with jack 10 versus ace 7. Young Patrick gets the pot right. And here comes the flop.
And we got a 5, 2, 6 board, and now an 8. And the 10. And
Oh,
Miles
and the 10
coming
hits
back.
for Miles. And look at the shift here, Dom.
Literally, I mean, yeah, he's excited. I understand the emotion right now. Miles with a
Look
huge
at
double
the
up.
shift.
Moves back in second place in chips. Like I said, we're only paying 2 spots. Bob was good till the river. Even turned an open-ended straight draw.
Yes.
And he couldn't hold. Well, it can happen to you, though, too, Bob. You can get a little run good here. And look at, oh, man.
Mike.
MGM Bob with an ace and Mike with pocket 4s. Strap yourself in. I could see an all-in situation, especially for 40K. I think we're going to see an all-in here.
Yeah, just 10 big blinds here for Bob. He's in the small blind. And yep, you are correct. All in. A snap fold from Miles and a snap call there from Mike.
Yeah, MGM Bob's going to be pretty happy, though, when he sees, ace-6. He's got 2 overs. It's not like he's going against 10s where he's drawn to an ace and ace
over a
only.
4,
So
right?
this is a race.
Okay, got 2 over.
Literally flipping a coin here.
Flipping time.
Slight favorite to Mike. The pair of 4s.
Concentrate now.
Here we go.
There you go. That's how I want you to do it.
3 right in
Thank
the
you.
window fall with a 4 and an ace.
my
Wow.
Whoa.
And the queen, that's all she wrote.
That's it.
You see the ace. You think MGM's got a little life, but no, Mike shuts the door with the set.
Nice run there.
MGM,
Bob.
nice comeback.
Very good comeback.
Always a pleasure, buddy.
All right.
He played some good poker tonight. I will say that. He was right on. Just got really. It was really the Miles hand. Because if he wasn't so low, I doubt we see the action that we saw with the 4s in the ace 6. Possibly. But
Right.
we'll see. But that was a good one. And Mike, again, huge chip lead. But Miles has to be happy with that big hand just being in the final 2. And if he doubles up one time, he'll be back in it. Right. As you can see, I mean, yeah, he's got over half his stack. Still Mike with a little insurance, almost 100K ahead. Has to love his situation. He's been the chip leader all day long. King 4 now for 7-5 offsuit.
Raises it up, put 10,000 on top, and a quick fold from Miles.
Congrats to both players, though, for making the money.
Absolutely.
Well deserved.
Yeah, you gotta be big. Yeah.
Do we got the Miles cheering section in here? No?
We did have some Miles
Yeah, where's the
cheers.
Miles? Where's the Miles people?
We did have some folks earlier.
Yeah, we just saw a huge double up from Miles just a minute ago. Now he's got a chance at taking down 7,500 going against Mike. I've seen the Mike's the Mike Mafia in here throughout the night. Mike and Miles.
15,000.
King Jack versus 4 deuce suited. Take a wild guess which hand I prefer.
There's a raise from Miles and a quick call from Mike.
I like the 4 deuce, and there he goes. Deuce 6 queen.
10,000.
10,000.
Heads up action. I think Mike definitely needs to call this.
And he doesn't. He lets it go.
Surprised the heads up you don't call and see what.
Oh,
he
no.
took it down.
It was a raise.
Look at that. Firing back.
Going a little fast for us.
Yeah, it's like rapid fire.
This is definitely rapid fire.
Mike now extending his lead, though, 275 to 117K. Pocket 3s versus Queen 9.
Chris, 29,000.
30,000 more.
34,000. There you go. 34.
What was it, 29?
34.
Oh, 34.
Heads up. Queen 9 of clubs. Isn't such a bad hand, but he's going to let it go.
Whoops.
Mike keeping the pressure up. He shows the 3s.
I was willing to go with it.
It's a tough one to know where you're at with Queen 9 sometimes.
And within 3 hands, I mean, the gap really
There's gonna be one
increased quite a bit.
eventually. Just as soon as
279 to 113.
Queen 9 suited.
we're flipping.
Yeah, I'm going to get low pair. If I know you have low pair, I'm how to do that for sure.
Queen Jack now for Mike versus King 9 of Miles. This one can get hairy. Heads up action.
22.
He's going to raise again. It's like 22 to go. And all in. Mike could try to end it right here, right now. He's already got 22 in. His opponent had, you know, around what, 117-ish?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 111 the call. I definitely think this is callable.
You don't care?
It's a tweener hand.
I think I got 2 live cards.
Do you want? Because if he takes down this pot, he's still going to get a nice chunk. Oh, he lets it go. I understand. It's queen jack.
Queen 9. I did. Put in between you.
Yeah.
Miles takes down a nice one there. Never count Miles out. I would say the same thing for Mike. Both these players know how to grind their way back. Anyone's game right now. 3-6 Mafia versus Queen 4.
And at this point, really not a calling situation. If you're going to come in, you're going to come in and raise. He does do a min click here and a call from Mike.
We got a deuce, 5 board. Got shot straight draw from Miles. No semi bluff now. 10 of diamonds. Now it's 7. Queen high in the lead.
Down to showdown, and Mike takes this one. Profits 8,000.
Oh, I thought you had a deuce. Wait, I thought he had a deuce for me to bet.
No.
Just a itty bitty pot there.
So did I.
But a win's a win. Mike rocking that new reserve hat too. Great swag. Available in the swag shop.
Oh.
We have an all-in from Mike. He's going to take it down. A little bit of jousting back and forth, but no final blow just yet from these two players. King 8 for Mike, 7-3 for Miles.
So far,
If
heads
I'm
up.
Miles, I would just fold this.
Yeah, I know. So far, heads up. The cards are really coming Mike's way.
Yeah, Miles did get a nice little chunk though with King 9 versus Queen Jack. That's about it. I agree, Vic. Every other hand though has been going Mike's way so far. Just heads up battle. King 6 suited for Mike, 7 deuce suited for Miles. Both players with diamonds. If I'm Mike with this chip lead, even with like a suited king, I wouldn't even mind if you just like made it 9K to go total. Like raise it 5K.
Did you blow
for
my
hands like
chips yet?
this.
Did you blow my chips yet or no? Oh, I still got them?
Wait,
Okay.
a little bluff from Miles.
A little bluff, little aggression there from Miles.
Yeah, wins you some blinds. And of course, MGM Bob doing MGM Bob things. He wants to see who wins this thing.
I love it.
He's got his glass.
I love it.
Hey, you already took all my chips. At least entertain me.
Yes.
Yeah, entertain me. Let me see who wins this
I
one.
love it.
Make sure there's no chopping going on.
The one and only. Like I said, he is the Ric Flair
That's why
of the
I'm here. I
reserve.
bubbled. I don't want to hear no.
Oh, we might see it all going right now.
We could.
Ace 9 versus King Queen suited.
Buddy. Who knocked you out?
Raise. 14.
Uh-oh. Yep.
All in.
10,000 for Mike to make the call, and he pushes all in, and a snap call here from Miles. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen.
248K in the middle.
129.
Mike still has 144 back. They'd almost swap positions if Miles gets this double up.
Queen
And
on
Mike is
spades.
one fade away of taking this down and being our sit and go champion for our $1,100 buy-in. Can Miles
129.
double up here
There's only 400 in play.
And sees the power and control.
260 in the middle.
248 in the middle.
Chip leader.
At least 140.
And we have a 6, deuce, 5, a 10, a
just
king or
6
a queen
outs here
only.
for Miles. And
And-
that's it.
Yeah.
Wow, Mike is going to take this down.
Congratulations. Good job, man.
Great run for Mike Flynn, one of our very good friends here. All of these players, great players, great friends of the reserve. $7,500 for first place. Miles is going to take home $2,500, and this was a lot of fun. I got to tell you,
Something new. I like it.
something new, something different.
A switch up on Saturdays, which
Yeah.
like I said, I like when we have tournament play, and we can't have a big tournament every single week. So if you mix these in once in a while, I'm all for the change. It's
Yeah.
something new and exciting. And right above, you see we have our 40K Guarantee Memorial Tournament Saturday, May 25th at noon. Doors will open at 11. Definitely get here for that one, folks. It's going to be a week from today, our biggest one-day tournament to date of the year, Vic.
Yeah, for 2024.
Yeah, but we'll be back on Tuesday,
Yes,
our 5-5-10 game, and
we're going to
rocking
be
and rolling.
raffling off a couple of shirts.
Couple
so
of beautiful shirts.
be sure to get involved.
Signed.
Yeah,
Nostalgic by Concrete Dave and Dr. Boring, two of our favorites. Yeah, guys. Thanks again for tuning in, guys. Vic, always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
And,
yes.
Guys, take care.
Yes, and please be safe.